Well, well, well. It's Thursday. It's week 2 of preseason, actually. It's being launched today. Week 2 of preseason. Say hey if you guys are in the chat. Appreciate you guys dropping in tonight. We've got Dino over here to my left, who's going to be here with a lot of really high-quality color commentary tonight. Avery decided to ditch and go to a Garth Brooks concert, so that it's just the way that it's going to be, right? So no, Garth Brooks sounds fun. Who's even playing tonight? Are there any starters that are expected to play tonight? I know Mendoza is expected to play like the first half of his game, but are the Raiders going on tonight? Yes, they are. Oh my gosh. Okay, beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay, this is great. We get Fernando Mendoza for an entire half tonight. So at least we get a little bit of like potentially quality football. That's actually not a thing in preseason, but you know what I mean. We get a relevant player playing football that actually like somewhat matters for a guy like Mendoza getting reps. So say hey if you guys are in the chat tonight. Drop a like if you're on the stream. We're gonna have plenty of fun tonight and have a little bit of an announcement that I want to make for you guys too, because last stream I had talked about being done with Dynasty startups for the rest of the year. And I have been peer pressured by all of you guys to do another live draft. So Avery obviously is doing a live draft of his own. Those spots are already filled. We filled those last time, or last stream on Tuesday. Becca decided to take the liberty of calling this the Nate at Night Live League, which I don't know how I feel about that, but that voucher bundle is available on the site right now. I'll send you guys the direct link to the voucher bundle page, but if you just select the voucher bundle option under Domain Fantasy Football, make sure you select the Nathan Live League bundle, which is 2 Blueprint Premiums and Infinites, and it comes with 10 free trade questions as well at a pretty steep discount. So there are only 10 spots available though. So first come, first serve. I'm going to be monitoring those tonight, just like we did on Tuesday, but figured with you guys pressing me as much as you were pressing me to do another league, I finally caved. So that's what we're going to do tonight. Little Midnight Nathan action sounds pretty nice. Yeah, I know. Super duper nice. I heard that Avery did a nice happy birthday wishes on a radio show today, on an ESPN radio show. I felt really, really great about that. You know, just another day where apparently it's my birthday, even though it's actually not. But plenty of injuries, plenty of news that's been going on in training camp. Would love to hear what you guys want to talk about, what you want our take on from a Dynasty perspective, if you guys are worried about certain players. I know sometimes it's like these are short-term injuries for players that maybe impact their early season production. So for Redraft, it matters a lot more than Dynasty. But there are still some notable things to talk about. And it is nice to know that as of last night, we had heard that Tyler Warren had a groin injury. He limped off the field. And then we heard it was an adductor strain / groin injury that was incredibly minor. And they're basically just being cautious and they're keeping him out of practice for no more than a week. So that's a good sign for you Tyler Warren owners. If you're expecting a lot out of him from a production perspective this season at the tight end position, I wouldn't super duper freak out because it looks like he's going to be okay, which is a good sign. But other news, what do we have any news right now from the good old Underdog X channel? Clint Kubiak, oh yeah. Clint Kubiak said that Fernando's going to get a lot of reps tonight. So once the clock strikes 8 p.m., that game's coming on in the studio, folks, and we are absolutely watching that game and overreacting about every single amazing, beautiful, phenomenal pass that Fernando Mendoza makes. I mean, we're going to go from having questions about Fernando Mendoza to all of those questions being totally answered, and Fernando is going to be a Hall of Famer before he even steps on the field in a regular season game. That's what's going to happen. Jaden Higgins Obviously, the news of the week for you Dynasty owners that invested in him ended up tearing his ACL. Yeah, biggest concerns are Love and Jaden Higgins. I think it just sucks for Higgins straight up. Higgins had a really, really good opportunity to be just getting a ton of work and a ton of snap share this season and a lot more increased opportunity to get target volume. And now you can basically take all those hopes and dreams and throw them out the window for this season because he's done. So he was going to be the guy in 2 wide receiver sets also. He's another big guy that would have done really well in run blocking, and he was definitely going to get the nod over a guy like Jalen Noel or Tank Dell. But now, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I think it makes Tank Dell as a sleeper stash a little bit interesting this season, as well as Jalen Noel. If I were to take a shot on one of those guys, man, I kind of want to plead the fifth on that. Probably Tank Dell because he's actually produced in the past, but he's been injured. He's missed so much time. He missed the entirety of last season after missing the tail end of the previous season. But I mean, even the year that Tank Dell really disappointed production-wise, it was alongside Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs, who's no longer in that situation. There's no Jaden Higgins now. Jalen Noel is purely expected to be like a deep threat. I think Tank Dell actually, if he can come back healthy and is looking decent at camp, he has a decent chance of actually getting a good amount of work this season, and maybe he can resurrect his career. That's honestly, it's pretty far-fetched because of how brutal his injury was, but it's absolutely in the cards, especially if you're not a Jalen Noel guy. Nate, your eyes look pretty tonight. Thanks, dude. I literally, when I got back home from recording, I dropped face first on my bed and fell asleep for an hour straight. Woke up, felt like I got run over by a truck. Heated up some food, ate it, came over here. I'm full go, ready to go. I feel great. I feel like $1,000,000. That nap helped me a lot. After, the 30 minutes after the nap was pretty miserable because I definitely woke up when I was like in a deep sleep. But now I feel great. I feel wonderful. Guys, stay calm. Garth Brooks is in the chat right now. Yeah, he is. Say hey to Garth Brooks if you haven't already. AJ Brown getting a lot of hype right now, finally, after all the negative press that AJ Brown had at the very beginning of training camp when he was like 0 for 7 or 1 for 7 on the targets that he got from Drake May. He's been cooking Quinshon Mitchell in these joint practices. So a lot of positives coming from AJB. Cyrus Allen, honestly, is starting to really catch our attention as well. I think the more that we look at that Chiefs depth chart at the wide receiver position, the more we see a realistic outcome where Cyrus Allen actually gets a lot of opportunities on the field this season. And like target schmargets. He's a 5th round pick. Just being on the field is an accomplishment in and of itself, his rookie season. Yeah, I think the fact that he could even be on the field consistently in 11 personnel is really, really impressive. Tyquan Thornton has been banged up. Xavier Worthy can't stay healthy. Cyrus Allen is seeming to be a bit more versatile than both of those guys, who seem to be like really ideally deep threats and speedsters. So I think that'll be interesting to continue to monitor. I'm starting to Avery's starting to potentially drink the Kool-Aid with Cyrus Allen as well. So I think he's pretty intriguing. Bryce and Ted have been popping off really well. Yeah, Bryce and Ted, that combination, I mean, any combination with Ted McMillan, as good of a wide receiver as he is going to be solid. There's going to be a lot of hype coming out of training camp there. Hopefully Ted continues. Obviously, as a talent, he's going to improve his second season in the NFL. But can the volume follow up with that? I hope so. I really hope so. We got a lot riding on Bryce Young. Hopefully he can continue to take steps and improvements, which he's done pretty much his entire career. He started and looked absolutely horrible. And every year since, he's actually been pretty decent. So, yeah, we've got a startup draft that we're going to be monitoring here in about 15 minutes once I get that link. Oh, Scott got it. Sweet. Beautiful. Okay, great. I'm very happy about that. So yeah, in about 15 minutes or 14 minutes, we're going to do another startup draft. A ton of crazy stuff has been happening in all of the Dynasty startups that we've been doing on streams recently. So I'm excited to see what happens there. Scott, if you ever see any comments about somebody getting a voucher bundle for the Nathan Live League, just let me know. I'm going to track it as much as I can but I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Andy got a voucher bundle. Andy, did you get the Nathan Live League bundle? Honestly, Andy, I'm just gonna mark you down. You're good. I need to get pads. Do you have a pads? Do you have where's check behind you on that table, potentially. Yeah, thank you. Okay, beautiful. If you can pick a Bryce Tet stack or a Ward Tate stack, which do you take? Probably. That's a good question. I've got a lot of questions about both quarterbacks. My gut says Bryce Young and Ted McMillan. That's just what my gut says. Because we technically have two completely unproven guys. Did I link the wrong bundle in the chat? I'm an idiot. You're good, Andy. I'm marking you down anyways. You're fine. Let me make sure I actually mark down the right one. Let's do that. Let's be not stupid. Nathan, not you, me. Okay, here we go. Nathan Live League. Yeah, I think it defaults to the first voucher bundle that's on there, so you just have to select the drop down once you go in there. I don't think I can change that. But here you go. I'm going to drop this one in the chat for you guys. Because, it just takes you to like the general voucher bundle one, and then you have to toggle from the Dynasty Domain Dual Blueprint bundle to the Nathan Live League bundle. So just make sure you select the Nathan Live League bundle if you want to be in the draft tonight. Andy, I've got you down. You are all set, my friend. No worries. Okay, do you have a limit of how many rookies you would draft, even if they keep falling to you? If the value is there, I'll take as many rookies as are on the board, honestly. Like, if I'm getting a significant value discount on any player, I'll take as many veterans or rookies that are going to fall to me. I don't have a personal cap on the amount of guys that I'm going to have, because ultimately what I care about is the value that's available on the board, and then I can always ship guys off later if I don't want to over-invest in one class versus another. So that's kind of a non-answer answer, but it depends. Just traded Josh Allen for Saquon Barkley and Brock Purdy in a 1 QB. How is that? I think that is fair. I think that's a fair deal. It depends on if it's in a 10 team. Probably a little bit light, even in a 1 QB and a 12 team. If it's a 10 team, that's closer. Favorite music genre? It's really hard for me not to put country up there. I know this is a genre / era, but I love the 80s in general. Hall & Oates is probably one of my favorite groups or duos, like, of all time. And obviously you've got like the GOATs, Michael Jackson, Phil Collins, you know, all the stuffs. I have a plethora of 80s playlists that I listen to all the time. But yeah, I think in general, if I were to pick like a current genre, it would probably be, I mean, quality. The quality of a bunch of country artists right now are just so high. There's obviously junk out there too, but I'm just not a fan of pop in general. I think it's kind of just not great. Just my personal opinion. Wheel spin to name Avery's newborn. Nice. Baby is gonna be on the way here very, very soon. They definitely already have a name determined, so I'm not sure I can do that, but okay, beautiful. Oh, BK Lemmy, got you, brother. You are in. Taking notes here. 80s synth pop is goated. Yes, it is. I'm a big synth guy. I love the vibes. Where's the birthday hat? How about that guy Stribling? Yeah, Stribling is, oh my gosh, I'm turning into Avery. I'm playing with the pen too much and I'm getting ink all over my hand. Yeah, Stribling's intriguing. I'm not going to lie. Like, for a guy that has been super adamantly against heavily investing in Dejon Stribling, the price point that you got him at in the early offseason so far is paying off. He is more valuable than he was at that point in time. Now, is he going to hit? I don't know. Like, and again, that's like, that was more of our take was, is he going to hit versus like, you absolutely cannot draft him under any circumstances. There was a price point where you can draft Stribling and that's fine. But it makes him a lot more interesting now that Ricky Pearsall is out of the picture. Mike Evans is banged up. They really only added Deebo Samuel aside from Mike Evans, Kittle coming off the Achilles. So Stribling's going to be on the field, probably guaranteed on the field, more guaranteed than he was going to be while Pearsall was healthy. So I think it's an interesting situation. We'll definitely want to monitor it. If I were a betting man, I would say Stribling produces at very pedestrian levels, very disappointing levels relative to what people are expecting from him. So we have 8 spots left in the Nathan Live League draft. Again, if you want to follow the voucher bundle link, you can select the Nathan Live League bundle, and I will make sure that we get you in that draft, which will either be drafted sometime next week or the following week. I think Avery's doing his draft next Thursday, so I'll either do mine next Tuesday or the following like Tuesday or Thursday. So, but mine is also I think $100 is a perfect in between. I don't want to make it like too high stakes where it's like, okay, you're buying a voucher bundle and then it's a $250 buy-in. We're gonna do a $100 buy-in though to make it pretty high stakes. I would assume Avery wants to name the kid Dejon regardless of gender. Yeah, he's definitely leaning that. That was I know for a fact that was in their top 3 or final 3 choices for a boy or a girl. And Dino honestly was pressing really, really hard for it to be Dejon. So best abilities availability. Can y'all update the ADP tool? Yeah, we'll work on that. We've got a number of new drafts that are really moving some of these running backs up specifically. We'll work on adjusting that. Are you guys paying a 28 first for Cyrus Allen? Absolutely not. I am definitely interested in Cyrus Allen at 3rd round or multiple 4th round pick prices. That's 3rd round or 4th round rookie pick prices. A 28 first is insane. Insanely high. Don't pay that. He is still a Jag. He's still a Jag. He's just an interesting Jag with some value upside opportunity. But that's the thing is like if Cyrus Allen hits, if Cyrus Allen hits and the off chance that he hits and actually ends up being solid, you will have already overpaid and you wouldn't have gotten near as big of a value in as if you get him at like 3rd round rookie pick prices. Buy any Jacoby Lane hype? I think Jacoby Lane, the player, the NFL player, I can buy that for sure. Yeah, the fantasy asset, I'm not there yet. Not with the way that they play. He's going to have to beat out Rashad Bateman because that's the role that he's going to play. I don't see them playing a lot more 11 personnel than what we're normally used to seeing in a Baltimore offense. I think it's going to be a lot of tight end heavy personnel, and Flowers and Bateman are going to be the primary guys there, and Lane will be the odd man out. I think over time, Lane will kind of absorb Rashad Bateman's role, but I don't realistically see how Jacoby Lane can be consistently productive there, and we haven't even talked about Elijah Surratt, who really is going to be the red zone threat there, back shoulder guy. We are 4 minutes away from our draft, so that's going to be fun. Can't wait for that. Drop a like if you haven't already, guys. Once we get to... How many likes are we at right now, Scott? We are at 50 likes. Once we get to 150 likes, we will do a blueprint giveaway. So drop a like if you haven't already on the stream. Then we'll have a code word for a free blueprint once we get there, 250. How do you feel about Romeo Doubs? I think Doubs is... I just sound like a negative Nelly right now. think Dobbs is going to be what Romeo Dobbs has always been. He can be flashy in camp, and that's great. He can be the second option in New England, and that's great. The reality is Romeo Dobbs has always been the first or second or third option since he's been in Green Bay, because there's never been a true number one option there, and he's had plenty of opportunities to get plenty of volume. I don't think they're going to have a butt ton of volume to really elevate Dobbs' production to a higher level than we've already seen, where he's like a borderline flex play every week. You see the Laporta injury? Yes, I did. I saw that earlier today. It came out when Avery was doing the DFF stream, and I'm starting to get, I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to get pretty annoyed with Laporta. Like, obviously not him as a person. I don't have any personal issues with Sam Laporta. I'm sure he's a great guy. The Dynasty asset, the fantasy asset, I'm tired of waiting on Laporta to bounce back to, or get back to the production level that he had in his rookie season, which was not sustainable anyways, by the way. He never was a high target volume tight end, has never demonstrated that in his career. He was always when he was at his best, he was getting a crap ton of end zone targets specifically, and that's what elevated his production so much. And oh, by the way, there was never a point since he came into the league where he was consistently healthy. So I'm starting to get pretty annoyed. Like, I might move him down my ranks a little bit because I'm just kind of tired of waiting. And this seems to be like it could potentially be a significant injury. The hip injuries generally tend to linger. So we'll see what happens, but I'm not optimistic. I'm just annoyed. That's what I am right now. And I'm not going to overreact yet. Did you get my bundle purchase for your league, Micah? Let me take a look here. MK Dog? Assuming you're MK Dog, I got you down, brother. You are all set, my friend. And it is time to get drafting. So let's head over there. Let's see what's going on here. We are going to get started. 90-second clock. Got a couple of trades that went down in this draft already, so that'll be interesting to see. But I will say it has been the wild, wild west in these drafts, really since the calendar year struck August. And since then, it has just been a race to get a lot of these running backs, elevating a lot of these productive veterans, specifically the running backs, honestly. So I'm very interested to see where some of these guys go. And I feel like it was a switch. Like it wasn't even subtle, and it wasn't a slow fade into like this crazy elevation of running backs. It just was like, boom, all of a sudden it just happened. Like, we had established for a while that Bijan and Gibbs were guys that we would want to take up top, which is totally cool. But some of these other running backs that are going really high, I'll be very interested to see where they go tonight, because a lot of people, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong necessarily, I'm just saying a lot of people are really starting to get into the redraft mindset where they're very confident in the production outlook of a lot of these proven guys, to a point where they're taking them much higher than they were even a month ago. All right, guys, we have 7 spots left for the Nathan Live League. I'm going to actually go ahead and pin that link for now. And if you want to get into that Live League, $100 buy-in, then we will have a spot for you. Just get the voucher bundle. That's the Nathan Live League voucher bundle. If you follow that link that I pinned. All right, so pretty conservative start here so far in the top 7 picks. Nothing super out of the ordinary, at least what was what was established as the ordinary before, you know, all the craziness happened. But yeah, this is where it starts to get interesting. Shaq up next, Amon-Ra St. Brown at the 108. Amon-Ra usually going at the tail end of the first here. He goes at the tail end of the first in a lot of regular drafts or a lot of redraft leagues as well. So love Amon Ross St. Brown. There goes Ash and Jency at the 109. I think in the last draft I saw Jency go at like the 104. Beautiful Linsky. I see you, my friend. You are all set. Got you down. Yeah, it is not too often that we have discounts for our Blueprint premiums. But you guys deserve it. So. All right. Nate said, I'm the one to get my promo code swapped to membership. If I do my Blueprint tonight, would you still be able? Nate, yes. Yes. I think I sent you a message in the chat of your submission. But yes, you'll be good to go. So if you sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier, last time I checked your account, you hadn't signed up for the annual Mother Flocker tier yet, but your code has been changed to domain. So now you should have the ability to sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier. You'll get your free Blueprint voucher. You can just submit that. I'll mark it live and you'll be set for the night. Tyler, let me know what your flock username is. Or no, I see it. Tyler Chimarusti, got you down, brother. All right, we are half full for the Nathan Live League spots. So 5 more spots. You can follow that link that's pinned in the chat, and you guys will be able to join that league with me. $100 league. And $100 league being $100 per person per year, not $8 per person per year with a $100 pot. That would be super lame. Okay, here we go. So this is looking a little bit normal. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Maybe my little pep talk with you guys brought you back to the land of the living a little bit. But Jeremiah Love, Amari Hampton, Lamar Jackson, the league neighbors of on A-Chan. I'll go with the turn here. And this is all very very A-okay, though Hampton and A-Chan, again, going a little bit abnormally high compared to where they were going even a month ago, which was more like mid to late second. I just personally really like Hampton and A-Chan, though, so I can't really fault a lot of people for taking them in the early second if they want to. Is this a 6-point? Chat, let me know what the league settings are for this. Those of you who are in the draft for tonight. Is this a 6-point passing touchdown format? And is it a half-point tight end premium? Let me know. We're only drafting normal because Avery isn't here. Oh, there you go. Okay, so I see. Oh, you guys are so brilliant. This is so you schemers. You guys are so. I love you guys. You guys are the best. I would not put it past you guys to draft the way that you draft, just to get the reactions out of Avery that you've been getting. That is hilarious. And there goes Jonathan Taylor at the 205. Okay, so here we go. JT, wow. No, I'm not going to say anything. Who else do we have playing tonight? I'm so excited for preseason football. I can't even contain my excitement. Can't you tell how excited I am? I mean, look at my face. I am pumped for preseason football. We only have 2 games tonight. They have a lot of the games on Saturday this week. I think our Colts play on Saturday as well. They play the Falcons. Keep the league chat alive. Heck yeah, you do. Rage baiting Avery is half of the fun. Yes, it is. Interested in the Nathan League, but when is the draft for that? Harper, I don't have an exact date set for it. It's either going to be next week or the week after. Avery's is next week. I think his is next Thursday. It might be Tuesday if he changes his mind. It depends on when the baby comes, honestly. If the baby comes for Avery this weekend, like within the next 48 hours, then his is probably going to be next Thursday, which means mine will probably be pushed to the following week. But I don't have an exact date set. It will be a Tuesday or a Thursday within the next 2 weeks. And I will make sure we get that date scheduled ASAP so that we're not leaving you guys in the dark, obviously. But if you want to get in the league, again, and you get the bundle, I'm going to make sure that all 10 people who got in are all available at the time that we're going to draft. So I'm going to make sure that none of you guys get screwed. What do I need to do to join the league? Yeah, Mike Vick, if you follow the pinned comment, I'll just drop it in the chat again. Just follow this link. It's the voucher bundle link. You select the Nathan Live League bundle, and it's 2 Blueprint Premiums and Infinites with 10 free trade questions as well. So you get those discounted blueprints and the trade questions, and then you also get a guaranteed spot in the one-time live league that I'm doing here very soon. $100 buy-in. So yeah, just flag me whenever you get signed up there, or if you want to join. So interesting run here. We got Caleb Williams, CeeDee Lamb, Brock Bowers, Drake London, Joe Burrow. I want to say something so bad, but I can't say it yet. I think the London pick in the late second is really solid. I love pairing London with Puka Nacua. That's a good move. JT so far is the only guy that has gone abnormally high, but we'll see what happens in the third round. It gets pretty chaotic in the third round. There goes Trey McBride at the 212 and Tet McMillan. Yeah, all 10 people. So there's a spot for me. So that's 11. And then the 12th will be a domain certified commissioner. So we have certified commissioners that run our leagues, so that Avery and I don't have to commission, and we pay for their buy-in. So 10 spots, but it is going to be a 12-man league. Normal domain rules, Superflex, 12 team, half point tight end premium, probably a 4-point passing touchdown league. How does a Tyson injury affect his dynasty value? Good question. I think it affects his dynasty value not very much. I think if you're a contending team and you can pivot off of Tyson for anybody going in the top 4 rounds of your startup drafts or in startup ADP, it's okay to move off of him. The issue is I'm seeing a lot of people sell him at a significant discount where they're getting 5th round guys or later, and I'm just not a fan of underselling Jordan Tyson right now. To me, this injury, we're double counting the hamstring issues. We already knew that Tyson had hamstring issues. We already knew that he was coming into training camp hobbled. He's been hobbled all off season. That's why he didn't go as a number 1 wide receiver off the draft board. So in the NFL draft. So I'm not freaking out too much. If you're a rebuild reload, you absolutely got to hold him if you can get him at a discount. I honestly would probably invest in him if I were you. If you're a contending team, you're probably stuck holding him unless you're lucky enough to get a top 4 round startup ADP selection or a player in return. But as a contender, I'm just saying, if you're a contender investing in Tyson, depending on him as like a consistent starter, you probably didn't want to be doing that to begin with. Do you do this full time now? And if not, do you plan to? Yes, I do this full time. I do. Yes, this is full time for Avery and I. Thanks to you guys. You guys are the best. Could not do this without you. Drop a like if you guys haven't already. We're at 90 likes. Once we get to 150, we're going to do a free blueprint giveaway for you guys with a special code word, obviously. All right, Nate, I got your blueprint in, my friend. Appreciate your patience on getting that code changed. It's Prez. You got a spot. You're in, brother. The Harper, that I wonder if that's its Prez. It's probably Prez. Sometimes there's a little delay on the alerts. So, anyways, Nathan, been working those trade questions on the site for me. I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my absolute best. I think I sent out an announcement on the Discord yesterday or 2 days ago. If you guys have sent me DMs, if you send Avery DMs, apologies. It's going to, just being totally honest, it's going to take us a long time to get to our DMs on Discord because we are so insanely swamped right now. best way to reach us off screen is submitting your trade questions. It's part of the reason we've been trying to give away a lot of trade questions when you guys buy blueprints and stuff, is for like follow-ups. Our response time for those trade questions is just so much faster because we try to prioritize those for you guys. Whereas the DMs, like once we get super busy, it's just really, really hard to get to those. So we're doing our best, but in August, it's going to take a little bit of time with the DMs. We have some trade questions in tonight, by the way, so we'll be doing plenty of those tonight. Big Maple said, I want to give away a few live streams ago. I messaged Avery about it, but figured he's been too busy to respond. Any chance you could help me out? Yes, Big Maple, if you want to DM Tommy Peanuts, feel free to do that, and he will get you all worked out. The other option is you can just go to the Discord and submit a ticket in the domain customer support channel. Those are two different ways. So you can either send a DM to Tommy Peanuts or you can submit a ticket in the domain customer support channel, and we will make sure we get that giveaway to you. I thought Avery also does a second job. Yes, Avery also does his second job. He does. He does do a second job. But he works full-time hours for he works full-time hours on this job. So I think it's doing Avery a disservice if I say that this job is part-time for him. Because it's absolutely not. Do Avery and I live together? I think that's up to interpretation. It depends on how much time every week is it required for us to be considered living together, because I am here at minimum 20 hours a week during the season. I'm definitely here longer than that. I'm definitely here like 25 plus hours a week. I mean, we're recording for hours every day right now. We are literally putting out 9 videos this week, and we're streaming every day. And we do like 6-hour live streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays here on stream, so that's 12 alone. You factor in usually 3-ish hours of recording time every single day right now. So what's that? 3 times 5? Yeah. About 20-ish hours a week right now. Just recording in studio. Avery has the second kid coming, so yeah, that is true. He does. John said, did the trade question vouchers from the survey a few weeks back go out already? Good question. I can ask Tom about that. Hardworking Nathan while Avery's off sipping sangria listening to Garth Brooks. I gave Avery my blessing to go. He was not going to leave me hanging tonight if I wasn't okay with it. He asked me last night, and I was like, it's fine, just go. He's been, with the baby coming, I'm going to be streaming a ton of DFF, probably all the DFF next week, and he'll maybe be in for like one Dynasty stream, the one where he's drafting his league. But he's covering all of the redraft streams for me this week, so I was like, just go to the concert, it's fine. That took a lot off my plate, so that was helpful. But yeah, when you have a chance to go to a Garth Brooks concert, when you're a big Garth Brooks fan, can't really get in the way of that. So this is what I wanted to talk about. So now that we've got a full sample size of this third round here in the era of August 2026, George Pickens, Herbert, Ibuka, all on-brand picks in the third round. Totally cool with it. Carnell Tate, yep. James Cook, cool. How in the heck did James Cook go around after Jonathan Taylor? If we're going to get super aggressive with running backs, I mean, Shaq, I am absolutely ecstatic for you that you got James Cook after you took Jonathan Taylor around early. I'm just shocked that you didn't take James Cook at the 205. If you're going to take a veteran running back and reach on them in the second round, I'm surprised you didn't go with the younger guy in a Dynasty league. Loveland goes at 306. Chase Brown is starting to go really, really high in domain leagues. I stand by this, guys. This continues to reign true. One of the biggest gaps in value between domain leagues and non-domain leagues is Chase Brown. Chase Brown is an absolutely phenomenal value in non-domain leagues, and he is overdrafted in domain leagues. And here's your run of quarterbacks. So I forget, did we hear from anybody? Is this a 6 team or not? Thank you. I'm an idiot. It is a 6 point. Okay. So yeah, Dart, Lawrence, Mahomes, Nix, Hurts, Purdy. Nothing super out of the ordinary here. I love the Rice pick in the early 4th. Love Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave at the 3-4 turn. I think all these picks so far have been solid. Ladd McConkey, I was just thinking about this recently. You know, it's not like I'm the biggest Ladd fan of all time, but I was just thinking, like, Keenan Allen is gone. And I've already said this multiple times, but Keenan Allen is gone, and Greg Roman is no longer calling plays. Trey Harris is irrelevant. QJ is QJ. You kind of know exactly what he is. Dude, it is wheels up for Ladd McConkey this year. Like, it's also do or die for him. Like, if he doesn't do anything, it's going to be totally detrimental to his dynasty value. But the odds that he really, really disappoints at price, I feel like is pretty low, given how much improved this situation is going to be this season from a play calling perspective and a personnel perspective. There's just no more excuses for Ladd, and I mean that in the best, most positive way possible. Like, there are no more dumb reasons for Ladd McConkey to not produce, which is great, because like the dumb reason last year that nobody expected was Keenan Allen. It was like, what the heck? I don't know, man. I'm starting to get really excited for his outlook this season. Yeah, Ubs Kyle agrees at price. Yes, Keenan had 122 targets last year, and they didn't bring anyone new in. I know. that's like what I'm starting to just come to realize. Like, 122 targets is crazy. He was a high-end wide receiver 3. He had 182 total points last year. That's crazy stuff. Nate, I'm going to go ahead and issue you a refund for your initial purchase. Your $79 purchase, since you just joined the community. Welcome, my friend. And again, appreciate your patience. Really appreciate your patience. Glad you're here tonight. You are actually, I'm going to make sure that you're first up in line as well. So, because you technically were first in. Let me send a DM to Sammy here real quick. So 4th round after Ladd McConkey, at CMC, Tyler Warren, Dak Prescott, Burden. Again, not too worried about Tyler Warren. Obviously, I would prefer that he didn't have a groin injury, but doesn't look like it's going to be anything lingering long term. We've been told it's very, very minor. So I think the only reason he's honestly going to be out, if we were in NFL season, dude may have come back in the game and kept playing. I think they're being incredibly cautious by even sitting him out for a week in training camp, as they should be. So. All right, Nate, I just sent in for your refund for your initial purchase, so you should be all set there. So at the turn, we got some running backs here. Quinshawn, Price, and Brees. Pretty on brand here. Nothing super unexpected. I'm going to give you guys credit. Y'all are cooking. Through the first 4 rounds, we're 20 minutes in. You guys are already 4 full rounds through and then some. You guys are very, very confident in your picks. Accept my LinkedIn request, brother. I can't even get to my Discord DMs right now. LinkedIn is the last of my priorities right now. I apologize. I'm glad you found me on LinkedIn though. I think I changed my account to private. So now you have to be my friend to see my account or to see my profile. I realized that I had my phone number for all to see on LinkedIn, and I was like, oh my gosh. That could be an issue. That could be an issue. Shaq's going for the win this year. Shaq is straight up going for the win. Amon-Ra, JT, James Cook, CMC, AJ Brown, you're going balls to the wall for the championship this season. Kaboom. 107 likes. Once we get to 150, we're going to do a blueprint giveaway. Drop a like if you guys haven't already. But we appreciate you guys. Fully triple running back by Shaq. I know, that's what I think too. Barkley, Henderson, AJ Brown, Zay Flowers. All pretty consensus 5th round selections right now. What do you guys think about Travion Henderson? I'm trying not to freak out, but I'm pretty much at freak out mode with Henderson. What do you guys think? Are you freaking out? Leak his number so we can send birthday texts. Dude, oh my gosh. I already get slammed in my DMs with birthday wishes. Where's the wealthy guy? The wealthy guy's at a Garth Brooks concert tonight. You guys are stuck with me. How do you feel about that? Huh? Dino feels great about it. Jordan Love in the mid-5th. Even in a 6-point, I think that's kind of gross. No hate, Griff Ball. That's an ADP selection, so you're not wrong for making that pick. I'm just not the biggest not the biggest Love stan of all time. Garth Brooks, the serial killer? Dude, am I missing like a joke or something? That's like the second time I've seen that today. Nathan, when is your actual birthday? Cannot disclose, unfortunately. The one benefit to people wishing me a happy birthday every single day is nobody knows when my actual birthday is. So then when it's actually my birthday, it kind of goes under the radar, which is pretty nice. We just need to hire. So what's up, Chris? Let me a solo stream. We just need to hire someone to take out Ramondre, and then Stevenson will be fine. And then Henderson, I assume you mean. Yeah, I know. I got you. I think Hendo or Ramondre will be a toned down Monty Gibbs. Don't get the extreme drop in Hendo perception. Yeah, but like a toned down Monty Gibbs. Who's toned down realistically in that scenario? It's like, what if both of them are David Montgomery? That's just kind of gross. You know? Everywhere Garth Brooks goes, people go missing. Do they really? That is fascinating. Avery better not go missing tonight. He's got a kid on the way. So, wow, this is what I was curious about. Jordan Tyson with the hamstring stuff falls all the way down to the 5'8". That's a full round difference between where we're used to normally seeing him go. If you can get Tyson at a discount like that, especially if you're building for the future, I'm more than happy taking that shot. More than happy. Have you had a stream on your birthday and you told everyone it wasn't your birthday? No. Yes. Except that day actually wasn't my birthday, Scott. It was close to it though. I think I recorded a video once, or maybe I streamed too. I don't know. It would have been earlier on, but yeah, no, actually, usually do not. It's generally a time of year that's a bit dead. So the odds that like a recording day or a live stream day fall on that day is pretty low. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Cam Scottaboo, Kyron Williams. Love those running backs. Love taking those guys at the 5-6 turn. If you're contending, you can't not take Kyron there and feel good about it. And Scottaboo is a great upside shot with a lot of production potential this season. There's been killings in the cities of Garth Brooks concerts for years while he's there, dude. Like, and it's very notable, huh? It's like, I mean, that doesn't happen at other concerts, does it? Fascinating. Gonna go through 3 years of live streams to find Nathan's birthday. I don't think I've ever streamed on my birthday, like for real. My kid's birthday is in March and is dull as heck that month. March is an interesting month because the best part of March is March Madness. If there was no March Madness in March, it would be the most dull month of the year. You're right. Because February, we have the Super Bowl. January is playoff football for pro and college. And March is like, you're not quite to NBA playoffs yet. You do get March Madness, but you know, that's pretty much a weekend. It's 2 weekends in fairness, but I mean, it's more than that, but really when you get like the madness of March, it really is good for like 2 weekends. But mainly that first weekend. Nathan, what do you think of my Hampton and Price for Bijan trade? Hampton and Price for Bijan. Yeah, I think I remember that trade that you submitted. You got Bijan in that deal. I think that was a fine deal for you. I have no issue with that. That's the price you got to pay to get Bijan. And it honestly is on the low end of the price that I would be okay with you paying for a Bijan Robinson. Josh Allen gone at the 101. Is Puka at the 102 crazy? No, it's not. I would probably take Bijan or Gibbs, but I actually technically have Puka and JSN and Chase ranked in the same tier, and I stand by that. So I have no issue with you taking Puka. I mean, come on. You think I'm going to speak negatively of my Pookie Bear? No, sir, no, sir, no, sir. Javonte at the 6'1". That is earlier than what I'm used to seeing. BTJ, Goff, Bucky. Okay. Got a couple followers here. Arian might have missed this, but are we doing blueprints tonight? Just became an annual Mother Flocker. Yes, sir. If you signed up for the annual Mother Flocker tier on the stream, you can just submit your team blueprint and let me know what your flock username is, and I will mark you down. You'll be all set. You will be all set. Actually, let me send you the submit a blueprint. Here you go. You should have a voucher in your account. And again, if you joined on the stream tonight, no need to upgrade, you're good. If you joined like a couple of days ago, then you can just move up to the live team blueprint. I'll only buy a blueprint if you call Avery at the concert to do it. If you call Avery at the concert to do what? Yeah, we are doing live team blueprints tonight for you guys, just so you know. So we've got a couple of offerings for you. We've got the, normal get a live team blueprint. We'll do it on the stream for you tonight. If you join the annual Mother Flocker tier using code DOMAIN, then you will get a free live team blueprint tonight. Just make sure you have code DOMAIN in your account, and you'll get a free voucher. You can just submit that voucher if you sign up on the stream tonight, and I'll do that live for you. And then we've got the Nathan Live League voucher bundle offering, which is 2 blueprint premiums, 10 free trade questions, and you get to be in the high stakes $100 league with me. So yeah, we've got 6 of those spots filled so far, so there's only 4 spots left. So first come, first serve. I've been tracking those. And last one we had in was It's Prez. So we still have 4 spots left. Make sure you select the Nathan Live League bundle option. It is pinned in the comments, that link is. The user hands why the blueprint, of course, he can listen to music and work. I do that all the time. Oh, I see. You want Avery to do the blueprint when he's at the concert. That makes sense. Fernando and Ward go a little bit further down here. That's one of the lowest ranges I've seen Fernando go, honestly. That is pretty low for Fernando. And honestly, this is case in point on why we weren't super big on taking Fernando over the wide receivers like Tate and Tyson and Lemon and Price even in the early offseason, because we anticipated this would happen when push came to shove at the beginning of the season when people expected Mendoza to not start. He was going to be the last of the bunch to go there, and you took a value loss. Will the blueprint be live tonight if I buy the Nathan Live League bundle? And what is a league buy-in? I'm guessing that it's added on top of the bundle price. Yeah, Ryan, the buy-in is $100 a year. First two up front, obviously we'll do there. The blueprint bundle for the Live League, the deal is the discounted premiums in the bundle and getting in the Live League. So we won't do those live. We're going to keep the live team blueprint separate from that. So the perk for the voucher bundle is going to be getting in the league. There are so many people that want to play in leagues with us every single year that we have to control the traffic somehow, if that makes sense. Is he there with his super pregnant wife? No, Savannah's here right now. She wasn't able to go. I don't know who he went with, actually. I don't know if he went with his parents or what. Yes, Avery's at the concert. I don't know what time the concert starts. It probably started like right now. The openers are probably going. They're probably popping. They are probably doing their thing. Rob said, hey, Nate, I still have a team review. Do I just need to pay up to a live? Yeah, if you have a voucher, you can just, if you have an outstanding voucher, you can just select the live team blueprint option and you'll be good to go, my friend. Here is the link for the live team blueprint option. Rob. KC, Baker, Kraft. So what do you guys think about Lemon falling all the way at the 6'5"? Lemon is back from injury. He looks like he's practicing. Okay, so basically take Devonta Smith, Chase Brown, and flip him, and that's non-domain ADP. I'm exaggerating a little bit. It's more like Chase Brown going at 5th round prices and Devonta Smith going at 4th round prices. But there's a massive gap between how domain values Devonta Smith and where the market values Devonta Smith. I think Devonta is a phenomenal value in domain leagues. He's a slam dunk draft selection in the mid-6th, especially as a contender. Especially as contender. For sure. What is drop in the chat, guys? Who do you think has had the best pick so far? What has been your favorite pick of the draft to this point, 6 rounds through? Let's hear it. Since you like 80s music, did you like the Marty Supreme soundtrack? I have not watched Marty Supreme yet. I've been wanting to watch Marty Supreme, and I have not gotten to it yet. But I like Timothée Chalamet. So it's on my list of must-watch. I'm currently rewatching Silo seasons 1 and 2 so that I can waste time for the rest of the episodes of season 3 to be out so that I can binge season 3 on a weekends with my wife because it's our favorite show. Then we got Terminalist season 2 coming out in October. Very excited for that. Big Chris Pratt stan. Marty Supreme is kind of meh from folks. Okay, so mixed feelings, huh? I didn't really look into a ton of the reviews. I just saw that Chalamet was in it and that he did a lot of ping pong training. And I respected that. I like ping pong. I play a lot of ping pong. Worth a watch, not likely to watch it again. Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of I'm like that with a good number of movies. I usually watch them one time, and then you've got like you've got your pillars, right? Basically, any Nolan movie you could watch any number of times and never get tired of it. Interstellar, I kid you not. I don't think I've ever. Number one, I don't think I've ever seen a movie age as well as Interstellar has in terms of popularity. It was not a popular movie when it came out. It was popular because it was Matthew McConaughey and Christopher Nolan, and it had a good cast, but it wasn't as. It wasn't immediately positively received. It had a lot of mixed reviews, is basically what I'm trying to say. Had a lot of mixed reactions. And over time, it's become like Nolan's greatest feat, which is totally merited. It's probably one of my favorite films of all time. I remember the first time I watched it, I straight up didn't like the movie. Watched it a second time, I was like, I think I like this. Watched it again and again and again. And every time I watch it, I love it more and more and more. And it hits me more every single time. Really gets me emotionally. The soundtrack is unbelievable. I think Hans Zimmer puts on a masterclass in Interstellar. Ocean's 11 is great. Love The Martian. Robert Pattinson, best Batman. That is a hot take. I respect Robert Pattinson. He's grown on me quite a bit as an actor. I'm not sure you can get me on that movie being the best Batman. I think it's unique. I enjoyed it. I'll probably watch it again. I've only watched it once since it came out in like 2022 in theaters. But yeah, I can't beat The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight Rises. IMO. Quentin says, how do I get a review on my team? Quentin, if you are not a current member of Domain, if you join Domain, sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier, you will get a free live blueprint. You'll get a free blueprint voucher. You can just submit it. Don't upgrade it to a live, and we will do it live for you on the stream tonight. If you're already a member, you can just go to the a la carte purchase option and get a live team blueprint. Let me know if that makes sense. I just I just dropped the link to sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier in the chat if you are interested. Hans Zimmer just plagiarized the Koyaanisqatsi theme for Interstellar. Dude, I don't know that theme. You'll have to show me that theme. Very interested. Hans Zimmer did a lot of other stuff outside of the theme, the main theme for Interstellar. That was incredible. Mountains. The mountains score in that film is unbelievable. Tyler Shuck, Travis Etienne, Bashal Tootin, Kenyon Sadiq, Josh Jacobs, and Harold Fannin. So we start to see more tight ends go off the board here with Kraft, Sadiq, and Fannin. That's actually higher than what I'm used to seeing for Sadiq. For a guy that's not expected to produce at a high level this season, a lot of people are pretty low on him. Not saying it's a bad pick at all. It's just I'm used to seeing him go more in the 8th round. Hope you saw Avery's birthday shout out on the radio show today. What a great friend. Yeah, I saw it. I think it's hilarious how hilarious you guys find it to be hilarious. That's what I think. Sadiq over Fannin should be a felony offense. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I would take Fannin, but you know, Sadiq is a mid-first round pick. He's got good draft capital. Long term, he should be in a good situation to produce. It's just a lot of questions this year. He's got a lot of development to work on. I would probably take Fannin though. How much do you like Sadiq over the next 2 to 3 years if the Jets get a QB that doesn't stink? Better than how I feel right now. Sadiq's going to have a lot of leeway with the Dynasty community. I can sense it. There's going to be a lot of optimism heading into next season with an improved quarterback situation when they draft somebody. It's just going to be enough upside and promise and potential that people are going to want to elevate his value. Does not take much production for tight ends to maintain or increase in value. Rob said, Nathan, did I do the blueprint right for tonight? Let me check here. FSC Big Rob. I'm assuming that's you. Rob, you need to select the live team blueprint option. So what I can do is I can send that voucher back to you. No problem. I'll just have you resubmit. Make sure you select the live team blueprint option in the drop down when you go to submit it. Arctoria said, I bought him on the dip in several leagues recently, trading some guys, some mid guys, and picks and packaged them in for what I received. Yeah, I think for a lot of reloads and rebuilds, it makes sense to take a shot on Kenyon Sadiq because he's pretty insulated with a lot of value upside. If Kenyon Sadiq has like 600 receiving yards this year, he's going to go up in value because the situation is that bad. If he produces even at a top 12 level at the tight end position, which does not take much at all, people are going to be over the moon about him. That's how low the expectations are for him. All right, Rob, let me do that real quick for you. Voucher reissued. All right, voucher reissued to your account. So there you go. Just make sure to select live team blueprint. You'll be all set, my man. Darnold in the 7th is a little bit high for me. I think Waddle and Jameson Williams so far in this round have been the best picks. I think the value for both of those guys has been really solid. I love taking those guys before the wide receiver fall off. It's a tough spot to draft at the 7-8 turn. Very tough spot to be in. Not easy at all. Arcbrick says if the Jets get a QB that doesn't stink is a huge ask. That is absolutely true. What's up, Flockonomimus? How you doing, man? All right, Rob, I got you in, brother. Appreciate you. You are all set. What do you do when your league drafts all running backs and leaves you with so much wide receiver value to pick up that you now have barely any running backs? You take the wide receivers at value and you probably punt this season, or you get some of the cheaper running backs at a discount that go lower in the league. But again, you always take the value that falls. Don't reach on running back. It'll pay off in the future, even if it means you have to punt this year. Arian said, could you check if my blueprint is good for tonight as well? Flock username is Cute Cat. Oh, Cute Cat, I saw yours come in. You would need to upgrade to the live team blueprint as well. What I can do is send that voucher back to you. If you would like, I can send that voucher back to you and you can just select the live team blueprint option at checkout. Two spots down for what? Not yet. Let's wait to update that. What are your thoughts on Kyron Williams? He seems so overlooked a lot this season. I just traded my 27 first to go fully all in for the championship this season. Yeah, if you're a contender and you want to trade your 27 first for Kyron, I'm okay with that move. In the long run, you'll probably prefer the first, but in the short run, you get the production. Yeah, so Cute Cat, just let me know what you want to do there. I'm happy to send that voucher back for you if you want to resubmit as live. Is Caleb Johnson droppable? Probably not. But I mean, he might get cut. Legit. It's crazy. He'll probably go down in history as one of the biggest analytical busts of all time. I know we get a lot of shade for being wrong on Caleb Johnson, as we should, because we were very, very, very wrong about Caleb Johnson. But everybody in the Dynasty community was in lockstep with us. Like, he was a very highly touted analytical prospect. That was a day 2 pick. It wasn't like a Trey Sermon pick where it was like, wow, that was a reach. Or like a Kalen Black 3rd round pick where it was like, wow, that was a reach. This was like not expected at all. It's crazy. You want to switch? Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and send that back to you. Sending you the team review voucher now. Rejecting your first one. Just make sure when you go to submit, just select that drop-down option of the live team blueprint and you will be good to go, my friend. You should see that voucher in your account. Eighth round. Stafford, Kyler, Swift, Addison, Stroud, Parker, Harvey. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Not your guys' fault. This is just where the big tier drop-off happens. And you start looking at those tiers really just expanding, where anybody in the 8th and even 9th round would be a fine enough pick. Jeez, Shaq. That is the most aging value team I've ever seen in my life. I bet you $1 million he's going to trade away his future draft capital too to get like some lower end quarterback help after this draft. Is what I would guess. Truly, truly going for it. Tomlin greased that ball. That's why Caleb dropped it. Caleb just needs to get out of Pittsburgh. Yeah, I mean, have you guys heard work ethic issues? Because if it's work ethic issues, it might be cooked. But yeah, no reason to drop Caleb Johnson yet. Unless you're in like a really low or in a really shallow league format or something. We're at 130 likes, 20 likes away. Once we get to 150, guys, we are going to do a blueprint giveaway on the stream. Aging value plus Mendoza. I know. I think it's hilarious. I mean, I think the Mendoza pick actually ended up being a good pick because he was at the 6'8". You just can't pass up on that value. It was a good call by Shaq to take him. Best case scenario for Caleb, he gets a fresh start somewhere else and actually produces. Worst case scenario, he's as bad as he has been, which is a total non-factor and the biggest analytical bust at the running back position probably of all time in the last decade. Period. That includes Rashad Penny, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Sony Michel. Those guys were not even in the same analytical tier as Caleb Johnson was. Some of those guys weren't expected to produce like Sony Michel. They didn't have as high expectations. Rashad Penny was valued very highly, as he should have been, because he was a talented running back, and CEH had a productive year or two. I'd be surprised if it was worth ethic. I know the guy through mutuals, and he was super nice and seemed grounded. Yeah. Again, you want to take it all with a grain of salt for sure. Worst case is Arizona picks him up. That would be hilarious if Arizona picked him up. I would be very, very, very interested if a team like the Vikings came in and picked him up. Or some sort of ambiguous running back situation in the NFL. Next worst, Seattle. Yeah, Seattle would be rough. Holy crap, Tyson down to late 5th. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It is a heck of a steal, in my opinion. I agree with you, man. I agree with you on that notion. Calling out. I've got a call out here. Heretic. Oh, just got D-Bells in. D-Bells, you are good, my friends. Welcome in. What's up? What's up? Got you. And you guys are cooking in tonight's draft. 8 rounds through, 7:53. Making good time. We'll get through 10 rounds here for sure, and then we'll transition to blueprints for the night. But just a reminder for you guys, I am doing a live league in the next week or two. It's a $100 buy-in. We've got the Nathan live league bundle that's live on the site right now. Once 10 people get in, that bundle offering is gone. So there are literally 4 spots left. If you want to get that voucher bundle, you have a guaranteed spot in the live league with me, the live Dynasty League that I'm going to be doing very, very soon. So far, we have Andy, Land of the Cleaves, BK Lemmy, MK Dog, Lensiki, Tyler, and It's Prez. So 4 spots left. You can follow that link that I just dropped in the chat. Make sure you select the Nathan Live League bundle option, and you will be getting in the league. Corbett said down to be the first blueprint. Where is the link? I'm already a member. Corbett, if you're already a member and you want to get a live team blueprint, if you want to get in the line for the live team blueprints, here is the link for you, my friend. Just follow that link, select the live team blueprint option if you want to get in the queue. If you want to jump the line and be the first blueprint reviewed tonight, then you'll have to get the a la carte blueprint premium. Blueprint premiums jump the line. So I'm not sure if you're saying there you want to be the first one to get it reviewed tonight. That is an option for you. I would love to see the full round. Can you paste the league URL here? Full round. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean there, James. 142 likes. We're 8 likes away, guys. Once we get to 150 likes, we'll do a blueprint giveaway. Who's the biggest disappointment, though? Worthy, who gets broken every other Saturday, or Caleb Johnson, who's been wronged by the Rodgers-Tomlin Express? I don't know. If he gets waived this year, I mean, Tomlin's out of there. Maybe it's a Caleb Johnson issue. Caleb Johnson, I would say, by far. Worthy always had his questions and his concerns, and I think a late first-round selection at the wide receiver position, disappointing as opposed to a highly touted prospect that was taken in the 3rd round like a running back in Caleb Johnson. I think it was more disappointing from a dynasty perspective that Caleb Johnson disappointed. Obviously, team investment-wise for the NFL, it's more disappointing that Worthy didn't work out. But also, Worthy has been more of a factor and a relevant factor than Caleb Johnson has been. Chase said I bought a premium Tuesday, and I don't think it was reviewed then. My first today, Midgetocalypse. Midget. Midget, I've got yours in progress. Did you get yours during the stream on Tuesday? If you got yours off the stream, we had already gotten started on it. Yours is, you're actually pretty far up the line. Yours is probably going to be sent your way tomorrow. Are yours and Avery's bundle drafts both next week? We are working on getting that schedule figured out. So I'm gonna work around Avery because he's the one with the baby on the way. So whenever he drafts is obviously the night that I'm not gonna draft. I will get the night scheduled for whenever works for, first and foremost, everybody in my league, because I'm not gonna screw anybody over there. I'll make sure that everybody's available. And then it will not be on the night that Avery's drafting. So we'll have 2 separate nights there. Chase said, yes, I did. And Avery said it would be first today. Thought it was live. Chase, what's your flock username? Just let me know, brother. Corbett said, submitted, got the live blueprint in that link. Hopefully I'm in the queue on Eastern time here. Corbett, let me know. Yes, I see yours. You're all set up, my friend. You are all good to go. Smith Corbett. Gotcha. John Stribling goes here in the mid-9th. Alec Pierce falls all the way to the late 9th with his ankle injury stuff. I get it. I get the concern with Alec Pierce. I'm concerned for sure. I think letting him fall to the late 9th is a little bit far, especially considering the fact that he was going much earlier than that before all of this stuff. He is still going to get plenty of opportunity once he's back healthy, which is expected to be sooner rather than later. So I wish it was sooner than, you know, whenever he's going to be back. I wish he was back now. But hey, Scott, can you pull up the game on the TV? Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Fernando Mendoza time. Get pumped, get hyped. Yes, should be on YouTube TV. Can we please just take a moment to understand how great the name Midget Tacalypse is and that Nathan addressed him as Midget? Yeah. Hey, you know what? It's not my username. Micah said was going to chill with y'all tonight, but just got called to my church to help with an emergency move because of... sorry to hear that, man. Will do, for sure. Have a good night, brother. If you scroll over the Raiders and Texans, there we go. Thanks. No, this is not a mock draft. This is real money, guys. This is real money. Come on, we like never do mock drafts on Dynasty channels. We always do real money drafts. We've been doing real money drafts since January, every single stream. Literally almost every single stream. When Nathan streams, it's so chill and lax, like ASMR Dynasty vibes. I appreciate the compliment of saying I have an ASMR voice. Some would say that I talk incredibly slow, incredibly quiet, and I don't enunciate, which would also be a fair opinion. We're at 152 likes, so we'll go ahead and do a blueprint giveaway. Pierce seems very similar to Christian Watson, and you guys hate Watson. That's fair. I think the difference is that Pierce is more consistently active. Christian Watson has historically missed a ton of time. Pierce historically does not miss time. You have the injury concerns with Pierce this year, obviously. So, but skill set wise, that's a fair. That is a fair thing to say. I will say that Pierce's usage was a lot more versatile last season, where he got usage in the short to intermediate game more than we've ever seen. Whereas Watson definitely seems to be more of like a exclusively lines up on the outside, gets a lot of deep ball opportunities, and doesn't really work the short to intermediate game. But I'm also a little bit biased. I think there's inherent risk in either of those guys. So the fact that they're pretty close in value does make sense, though, because you're right. To an extent, they are pretty comparable. Contractually, they're pretty comparable. Pierce got a little more money than Watson did, I think. Should I roster Calvin Ridley or a handcuff running back with my last spot? Depends on who the handcuff running back is. Denzel Boston in the 10th. I like that. I like that pick. Jonathan Brooks in the 10th is a pretty fair value. Bryce Young, Ty Simpson. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, Shaq ends up getting Daniel Jones in the 9th, which, like, for not taking any quarterbacks at all, Daniel Jones being a startable option for you is not too bad. Ooh, Joe Buck and Aikman are doing this game. Interesting. All right. Let me get Nightbot out here. Nightbot. Woo. YouTube. Come on, Nightbot. Come on. Come on. Figure it out. Giveaways. Here we go. All right. Y'all want to know the keyword? Let's do the keyword. It's keyword time. Fernando 69 in honor of Fernando Mendoza, our boy, playing an entire half in week 2 of the preseason today. Starting like right now. Fernando 69, drop it in the chat, and you'll have a good chance at winning a Team Blueprint tonight. No way a bag of kittens guessed it. Yeah, we can probably go through a chunk of the 11th round. I'm fine with that. Fernando 69, baby. Here we go. Appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. I know traffic-wise, it's a little bit more sparse on football nights, even though it's preseason. But you guys are always dedicated. You're the best. I'm going to pick my favorite team, though. I think I've got enough data here. No, I'll wait until we get through the 10th round. I'll wait till we get through the 10th. Fernando 69. It's good stuff right there. C. Brady, got yours in as well, my friend. Appreciate you. Jalen Coker, Jacoby Brissett in the 10th. That is, whoo, Shaq. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, brother, you're telling me that you would rather have Jacoby Brissett for the 8 games that he's going to play this year than a flexible running back or wide receiver, or even a solid tight end in that range? That makes me sad. I'm very sad. I think you freaked out a little bit about quarterback. That was just way too high for a guy that's doesn't really carry much value. You could have gotten Wandell. Wandell would have been a great flex option for you. Joshua Downs. Yeah, I feel like Josh Downs, with all the hype and all the encouragement that we have with him and, you know, Alec Pierce being banged up, Keenan Allen comes in and that pushes Downs right back to his 11 personnel exclusive role in the Colts offense. He's just not going to be on the field in 2 wide receiver sets, and that really limits his opportunities because they operate in 12 personnel and heavy personnel so much. So much. It's like one of the things that they do. It would be a crime if they didn't line up in a ton of heavy personnel because they have Jonathan Taylor. So it's understandable. It just sucks for Downs. You just can't rely on him as a run blocker in those situations. Thoughts on starting a Dynasty draft with McBride and Bowers for the first 2 picks? I would immediately be selling one or both of them because the positional value of having running backs, wide receivers locked down is so much more important than having an elite tight end. An elite tight end is a luxury item. Unless you're in like a 1-point tight end premium format or higher, I don't think that's the move. Yeah, please don't spam the chat, by the way. Bag of kittens starting the My Guy run. Sting said, guys, I think Ice had a question. you think? Keenan Allen, killing football careers since 2014. Fair. Very true. How old is Keenan Allen now? Is he 35? He's 34. Keenan Allen. 34 going on... Okay, he just turned 34 in April, so he's a younger 34. This dude's going to go till he's 36, I swear. 120 targets as a 33-year-old is ridiculous. What if he just, like, does exactly what Pittman did? Would you be shocked? I don't know if I'd be shocked. He's 235 years old. That is what it feels like. Zach said you and him had the best flock drafts. Was he telling the truth? I would say he's telling the truth, you know, from a completely non-biased opinion. Completely non-biased perspective, I would say that Nathan and Zach had the best draft, yeah. Nathan, did you see your doppelganger? No, I've been told I have many doppelgangers, which really just makes me think that I have a really, really generic face. Y'all think they're going to abandon the Josh Downs 2 wide receiver sets a month before the season? Yeah, probably. He's probably only going to be on the field in 3 wide receiver sets. Nando69, Fernando69, if you guys want to be in the... Is CJ Stroud starting? He is starting. Look at that. They got Monty in there, too. How about that? All right, we're getting some good starter action today. This is good. This is good. I Hate the Texans. Oh, nice run by Monty, man. That's good stuff. Monty looking fresh. Oh, okay, it's Marks. Never mind. Woody Marks looking fresh. I saw him move. I was like, man, I haven't seen Monty move like that in a while. It's because it's not him. Marks is a shifty guy. Why is Rybread such a huge Bateman fan? Rashad Bateman went to Minnesota, and Ryan is a Golden Gopher. So Rashad Bateman is to Ryan Bread what Fernando Mendoza, Omar Cooper, Elijah Surratt, Kalen Black, Roman Hemby, and every other IU player is to us, me and Avery. The difference is all of our players are good and Rashad Bateman sucks. So I'm getting tired of this propaganda in the Domain Thoughts channel. So I apologize. I'm going to start deleting those messages if he continues to roll out Rashad Bateman propaganda that is not approved by myself and Avery. All right, I guess Mr. Marks is just going to keep running the ball. Stock up for Woody Marks. Rich guy makes birthday boy work. Capitalism is the worst. What does that mean? From what I know about your draft, you did a good job, Nathan, says Alex. Alex, what do you know about my draft? Rome says Nathan's draft is one of the 5 that I think could make the playoffs with me. Interesting. I'm surprised you think that, Rome, because when we were talking about trade talks, you said you weren't really interested in any of my players. Well, I guess that would make sense. Why? Because structurally you have a... Yeah, that actually makes sense. Fair enough. Carter Gloves says Bateman sucks. I can't wait for when he's off this team. They keep paying him. I don't know why they keep doing it. 40 seconds. Get your last Fernando 69s in. Then we're going to do the giveaway for the blueprint. Do you always have to babysit? Babysit who? Babysit Avery? There's a fair amount of babysitting Avery that I have to do. Yeah. It does kind of go both ways. Oh. Xavier Hutchinson can't catch a football. He cannot catch a football. I thought Xavier Hutchinson athletically always had like some potential, but I never liked his ball tracking skills. And I think that's kind of reigned true in the NFL. He contorts his body and like moves in a way that I just think it's like, I think it's like extra unnecessary movement to catch a ball that's like he just doesn't need to do it. It's like, why are you laying out for a ball that you don't have to lay out for? Type of thing, you know? Timer's up. Fernando, 69. Who gets the free blueprint? Buzzer beaters. Getting your last ones in. The winner is Unrealistic Jellyfish, my friends. Let's go. Congratulations. You won the free blueprint tonight. Unrealistic Jellyfish, your voucher has been assigned. Congrats. We're at 172 likes. If we get to 300 likes, by the way, we'll do another blueprint giveaway tonight. Drop a like if you like preseason football. That was a terrible, terrible thing for me to say. Not a lot of people like preseason football. Drop a like if you're happy that football is back. Here, I'm going to start a poll. Add a poll. Football is back. Yes. Dropped a like. No, I hate football. Okay. There you go. Nathan, which preseason games are you most interested in this week? This one going on right now. Dead serious. anything Fernando Mendoza related, I'm genuinely interested in, because this is the most amount of work that we're going to see for Fernando before probably the later part of this season, if he even starts at all. Oh, Stroudley. Ugh. Nice. Arctorius said, who would be here and say, no, I hate the football, Precious? Exactly. I'm trying to bait you guys into dropping a like on the stream. Do you guys want a chance at another free blueprint or not? Stars of Steel. All right, we're 11 rounds in, so I'm going to pick my favorite team, and then we're going to go ahead and do some trade questions, do some blueprints for the night. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. My favorite team is going to be, pause for effect, the Moon. Ooh. Okay. I rarely do this. I'm gonna shout out one team, and I rarely ever do this. The 107 Whirlybird, you pulled off a dual elite QB. Fannin wasn't necessary, but the value was there, and you can ship off one of your tight ends. May and Caleb in a 6-point, getting them in the first 2 rounds is pretty nice, and you still got good values everywhere across the board. Woody Marks is freaking tearing it up right now. Oh my gosh. He is killing it. Lab McConkey, Zay Flowers, Devonta Smith. I think all of those price points for all those receivers was great. Harvey, Manungai, Chuba were all really good shots to take. Pittman in the 10th. Nice job there. There were a couple other drafts that I really liked here. Team Muscle. Or sorry, not Team Muscle. Actually, Team Muscle had a good draft. But Skylord, I really liked your draft. Any team that drafts Puka Nacua, my precious, my love. But Marv, Bucky, JMO, Addison, Pierce, I think all those picks that you got in the later rounds actually were really solid. And then Sweet Baby, you had a good draft as well, my friend. So there you go. Can't wait to see Money in this offense. I know he's going to be very, very interesting. Very interesting. He is one of the biggest redraft versus dynasty value gaps this season. Montgomery going as high as the late 4th round in redraft leagues, oftentimes 5th, and in dynasty leagues he goes in the 9th or 10th round. He went in the 7th in this draft, which was higher than normal, but he's also starting to get a little bit elevated relative to where he was going even a couple months ago. So all right, let's head over, do some trade questions. Let's react and overreact about Woody Marks and Fernando Mendoza because we can, because it's preseason, because football is kind of sort of back. But yeah, let's do this. Again, guys, 4 spots left. If you guys, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna be upfront honest with you guys. If you don't want to be in the league with me, that's totally fine. I guess that just means I'm not cool. But if you want to join the league, Avery and I only do this once or twice a year because the volume is so high for us. We're already in a ton of leagues, and we have to limit how many we get into. This is one of 2 drafts that I've been in like all year long, and Avery will be in his own as well, which he has already filled. But there are 4 spots left. If you want to guarantee that you get a spot in the Nathan League, which we're going to draft at some point next week or the following week, we'll figure it out with you guys. Get the Nathan Live League bundle when you follow that link that I just dropped in the chat. It is 2 discounted blueprint premiums with 10 free trade questions. There are 4 spots left. First come, first serve. Again, I'm trying to give you guys as many chances as possible in the live stream first, because when I open it up in the Discord, it's going to be gone in like 2 seconds. So, trying to do you guys a solid. Finley said, how do I get in, and how much the buy-in is? $100. I want to keep it high stakes, but not too high stakes. I don't want it to be unaffordable, it being like $250 on top of the voucher bundle. So it'll be $100 buy-in a year. Oh, you're good at Bag of Kittens. You're fine. I'm just making fun of you guys. I just want to make sure that everybody knows. Just giving you guys as many chances as possible before I open it to the Discord. All right, so we've got... First guy up tonight is actually going to be Nate Screebs, but we're going to do trade questions first. So this is from Cam. This is a Superflex 12 team by 9 PPR. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Burden for Allen, Addison in a second. You're paying up too much for Josh Allen. The gap between Josh Allen and Caleb Williams is not worth Rome Odunze and Burden. I would hold here. Addison in a second don't really matter that much in a deal of this caliber. So I would hold the Bears trio here. From R. Nelson, this is Bucky, London in a second for Hampton and Waddle. Waddle and Bucky are pretty close in value. Hampton is pretty close in value to London. I would give the slight edge. This deal is fair. I would give the slight edge to Bucky and London, honestly. I think you'd have to get a little bit more back here. Honestly, Scott, just go ahead and say stick with the Bucky and London side. I feel a little bit better about the London and Bucky side, personally. Jadarian Price and Colson Lovelands from Steely and a Superflex 12 by 10. For Achan, and then Decan Kincaid do not matter. Loveland and Price, that's a bit pricey. I would hold. No pun intended. Hold Price and Loveland here. Loveland is already getting pretty dang close to Achan's price point alone. AJ Brown and a first for Achan. See, I'm more on board for this type of price point for Achan. And a 12 by 11, I understand depth is important, but this is easy for me. Consider my team and that I'm in a win now. 28 first, latest pessimistic, could be mid 2 first. Yeah, that is totally cool with me, brother. Oh my gosh. Mendoza is just unbelievable. That was a seed. He is so good, man. He is so good. Who do you guys think is going to be the wide receiver 1? Drop in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to be the wide receiver 1 in the Raiders offense this year? Not named Brock Bowers. That's a cop-out answer. Is it Trey Tucker? Is it Jack Besh? Is it somebody else? 27 first for Kyron Williams and a late first. As long as that is truly a mid first and not an early first, I'm fine taking Kyron in the late first here. That is a fair deal. Good with me. So this is a Superflex 12 by 9. Tight end premium, a mid first for Chase Brown. If you're contending, you can take a look at the roster here, Scott. Yes, make this deal. I am happy with this. Gadsden 2 first for Diggs and McBride. Take McBride. Take McBride. This is slam dunk. Looking to raise the floor of my contender. This is easy. And a 0.75 tight end premium. I'm impressed you've been able to pull that off. Oh man, did Mendoza just throw a pick? Rip. Late first for Tyson. Yes, take Tyson. Rebuild this year with 4 firsts included as a late first. Easily. You're not going to get a caliber prospect as good as Jordan Tyson next year, as good as the classes in 2027. This is easy. No chance somebody was making this move a week ago. Oh boy, how bad of a throw was it from Fernando? Pretty bad. Okay. Patrick Mahomes, J-Mo, and a first for Lamar and Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith, edge over J-Mo, 28 first and Patty for Lamar. I'm good taking Smith and Lamar here. Oh, and this is a 1 QB. Wait. In a 1 QB, this is even. This is fair. This is fair. Derrick Henry for Quinshawn. What? I'm competing but not be too old. Should I trade up to Judkins with Henry plus? So you're trying to figure out what the plus is. Okay. Yeah, let's figure out the plus. Scribble said Nathan is so behind. What do you mean I'm so behind? Oh, because of the Mendoza thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, some people are saying Jalen Naylor. Yeah, that's fair. So go to the plus sign, Scott. Saquon, Kyron Jacobs, Monty. Oh man, you kind of need all of those guys. Kind of need all of those. Let me take a look here. See if I like anything a little bit more. Throw in DJ Moore and or Montgomery, and I'm okay with it. I would like to hold Montgomery if I can, if I were you. You can throw in DJ Moore and probably some future capital, like a second or something like that. The max I would pay is probably like Derrick Henry in your late 27 for Quinshawn, but that's a little bit rich for me. That would be closer though. You might have to do like Derrick Henry in the late first, not DJ Moore. But I would much prefer that. That's just a bit of an overpay. So I would rather it be DJ Moore and Derrick Henry, honestly. But you've got a pretty top heavy squad. John D. Perone said, have a live blueprint 515. John. Hey, John. You selected the redraft review. Or is this part of the bundle that you got? Hey, John. I'm assuming you're in the stream here. Was this one of the vouchers for the big bulk purchase that you made? It shows a cost under regular live for some reason. Exactly. Okay, cool. Was that just remind me, John? Was that bulk purchase for live team blueprint specifically? I think it was. I just want to make sure. Yeah, it was. Okay. All right. C. Arter says Drake London for Pickens, Rome in a second. Yes. Yep. I'd take Pickens and Rome there. That's a pretty solid down tier. Okay, Scott, so change the blueprint spots total to 15. And then take the number down to 6 spots remaining for the night. Please. Beautiful. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Nate, you are up first, my friends. Welcome to the community. Appreciate your patience. Super Omarian Sunshine. Happy birthday, Nathan. Thank you. It's not my birthday. Let's celebrate by making my team less buns. The Genty team and Love team are no traders at this point. The rest are open to it, but not likely to initiate until the season is in swing. Okay. Let's do this. Again, guys, drop a like if you haven't yet. What's up, Nate? All right, John D. I'll mark yours as live. You're set. Thanks. Sorry, I was thrown off. I don't know why it showed up as a live. I don't know why it showed up as a redraft review. Maybe we accidentally issued redraft review vouchers for you, but yeah, odd. Okay. The rest are open to, but not likely to initiate until the season is in swing. Okay, so Super Armarian, you said your team is buns. You're second in the power rankings here. I don't know if I would say that your team is buns. I think that's a little bit rough on yourself. Personally, that's what I think. But let's take a look here. This is a 10-team Superflex full PPR, no tight end premium, 9.5% production share, is 7th in your league, 11.3% value share, which is second in your league. Caleb Williams and Tyler Shuck is going to be good for a 6. Hampton and Price is going to be a 4. JSN, Burden, Rice, JMO, Addison is a solid 7. And then Colson Loveland is going to be an 8. 27 draft capital, 28 draft capital, all of it's covered. Draft capital grade is going to be a 4. Bench score is going to be a 2. Running back feels really scary to you. Yeah, I guess the floor outcome is a little bit low because Hampton and Price are both technically unproven, but they have quite a bit of value, and they're both pretty solid prospects. They have a good chance at being decently productive, especially Hampton this season. I'm not too worried about this team, man. I think even in a 10 team, you probably have you probably have a solid chance at contending this season. I'm going to have you make some moves that avoid trading away your 27 first specifically, just in case you have to like build for the future. Let's say that your guys disappoint this year and you have to build for 2027. We don't want to be screwed by not having your 27 first, but we can make some pivots here, get some extra running back help, get some proven productive guys. And I think you're going to be in even better shape than you currently are. Honestly, the number one thing that I would do in a non-tight end premium is I would go ahead and just move Colson Loveland for a skill position, running back, wide receiver. And then you can go get a cheap running back or a cheap tight end to replace him. No problem. Like, I just don't think we need to prioritize that position personally. I went and rewatched Tuesday's stream, and you actually said it would be first in line today since you filled up. What? Okay. My bad, dude. Chase. Okay, cool. Chase, what's your Flock username? Which one are you talking about? Chase, let me know which one your what your Flock username is. Yeah, so we're gonna go for this one. We are going to go standard value, well-rounded. Overall grade is a 5.8. So looking at moves here, starting with Colson Loveland, that's going to be our first pivot. I think another move that we can make here is probably up-tiering from Addison and Downs to raise our upside a little bit for the guys coming off of our bench. That will be a valuable move, in my opinion. Tyler Shuck and Malik Willis are your quarterback 2 and 3. A little bit iffy there in a 10 team. I'm just not super worried about the quarterback position. I don't want to go too crazy there. JSN, Burden, and Rice is solid. If you want to get a little more of a proven guy, you could explore offers for Burden, or you could honestly do a down tier at the quarterback position. I like Caleb, so let's explore offers for Burden. Burden often is a late 4th, early 5th round guy, oftentimes going in the late 4th. If you can get a guy like Ladd McConkey specifically, I think that he's a little bit safer this season. I think his floor is a little bit higher. If you want to go for a running back like a Chase Brown, you could do that as well. I'll put Garrett Wilson on here too. But with Colston Loveland in a non-tight end premium, you're probably going to be looking in the range of like Pickens, Olave. Depends on where Jonathan Taylor is being priced, but he should be pretty close to where JT's price point is. With Addison and Downs, when you're up tiering there, you can either go to a wide receiver, like a high upside wide receiver on a weekly basis, like a BTJ, or even a Concepcion, honestly, is worth looking into. Or you can just go get a running back. And I think going for somebody like Javonte is totally cool with me. Taking a shot on like a Bucky or an ETN, I'm very cool with as well. Would you down tier from Loveland first priority? I don't even think I'd down tier from Loveland. I would fade tight end entirely, maximize your running back and wide receiver upside as much as possible, and go in a separate deal with like Wan'Dale Robinson or Josh Downs or Jalen McMillan or Rashad White. Just go get George Kittle for pennies on the dollar. Go get Kelsey as a throw-in a different deal. Go get Dallas Goedert. Like, all of those guys are going to be serviceable level assets as a starting level tight end, which is totally fine. And in a non-tight end premium, again, there's no benefit really there's very little benefit to adding or to owning a high-end tight end when it's at the expense of your wide receiver and running back upside. Unless you're like an enhanced value or an elite value team where you can afford to hold that elite option. But for a standard value team, we want to focus on running back and wide receiver first. Do you have any questions on those moves? The friend I referred, D-Walsh submitted a blueprint that will be done live since he's new, right? Did D-Walsh just join only M Gamer tag? If D-Walsh joined on the stream today, it's a little bit of a perk that we offer every once in a while on streams. It's kind of a stream by stream deal that we offer. If you join on the stream, we offer a little bit of a perk of doing it live for you on the stream. So if D Walsh signed up on the stream, then yes, he will be good to go. Actually, let me just look him up. D Walsh. Chase, that is currently in progress. Chase, what is your Flock username? I gotta know what your Flock username is, buddy. I'm not sure. I've got a ton of reviews in progress, so I'm trying to find yours. Nate said, copy that. I have an offer to give Braylon Allen for Katron Allen. Feel like I would rather keep Braylon. Yeah, I keep Braylon. That's a gross offer. Those are two irrelevant Jags, but yeah, I would probably hold Braylon. I think he's a better insurance option. I believe he wasn't able to do it before then. Okay, cool. So if he wants to get a live team blueprint at any point, by the way, you can only gamer tag. If you want to submit a ticket in the Discord, since you referred a friend, we'll get you a free team blueprint as well. We have a referral program where if you send somebody over and they sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier with code domain, then we give you an extra free team blueprint. So appreciate you doing that. But yeah, if D Walsh wants to get a live team blueprint, he can just select the live team blueprint option with his voucher, and he'll be able to get it done live. Just make sure he selects the live team blueprint option. All right, Nate. We appreciate you. It's on, my friend. Feel free to drop any more questions that you have in here if you have any. And Nate, you should be able to log into the dashboard to see your blueprint. But the Boogie is going to be up next. We have a trade question from C. Arter. This is a second for Denzel Boston. Sure. Fair. I'm cool with this. I probably prefer Boston. I like taking the shot there. All right, guys. Just a heads up. If you want to get your blueprints, or if you want to get your team reviewed tonight, if you want to get a team blueprint, there are a couple of options for you. You can either Join domain and get a free live blueprint if you join the annual Mother Flocker tier using code domain. That link is pinned in the comments if you're not a member and you want to join. If you do it on the stream, you got all of our benefits on the site. You get the blueprint, the infinite blueprint, all of our flock tools, trade calculator, bakery, portfolio. It's one-on-one access with Avery and I. The ADP tool, a bunch of stuff on there. It's awesome. If you want that option, we will do your blueprint live for you on the stream, no extra charge. And if you want to go with the a la carte option, I am dropping that link in the chat as well. You can just select the live team blueprint option, or you can jump the line with an a la carte blueprint premium. So we got 6 spots left for the night. So if you guys are interested, more than happy to check out your team and do it tonight. Avery is checking out Garth Brooks tonight. Probably not checking him out. He is listening to his music. I'm really bad with words. Boogie's up next. Say, hey man, if you're here, kind of new to this channel, but what kind of packages do you offer? Robbie Robertson. So Robbie, we've got really the best option, the best bang for your buck. I'm just going to tell you right now, the best bang for your buck, if you're new and you're not a member, is if you follow the pinned link, the join domain and get a free live blueprint. If you follow that link and you use code domain, you'll sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier. The annual Mother Flocker tier is $97 for the entire year. And you get a free team blueprint. You get all of the access to our tools on the Flock site. You get access to our dashboard, all of our ADP tools, and all of our offerings there, one-on-one access with Avery and I. That, I'm just telling you right now, is the best bang for your buck option. All other a la carte purchases, if you're not a member, are not discounted. So every additional purchase that you make after you're a member, you get like a 30% discount. So the perks there as an annual Mother Flocker is by far the best, in my opinion. So just trying to help you out there, but you can choose what you want to do there. Nick is here though. Boogie is here. Robbie, if you have any more questions about the packages and offerings, just let me know. Happy to help. All right, Nick, let's check this out, man. Counting Jeffersons. Just drafted Sunday night, was wondering what moves I should make or what positions might need a little help. Okay, so let's take a look here. So this is a recent draft, startup draft. This is a 12-team, 1 QB PPR, no tight end premium, 9.6% production share, which is third in your league, 10.4% value share, which is first in your league. You crushed this draft, brother. To get 10% value share, 2% value over expected in a startup is very, very impressive. Josh Allen alone is going to be a 10 and a 1 QB. Jeremiah Love is a 4 with Chuba and Dobbins. Jefferson, Olave, Burden, QJ Evans is going to be a solid 6, close to a 7. Tyler Warren is going to be a 7. 27 first, you get 28 first as well. Draft capital grade's a 4. Bench score is a 1. Overall grade 5.9. We are going to go standard value, well-rounded here. You can make a couple moves to kind of fill out your flex spots a little bit better. But as a whole, out of a startup, you did a good job getting solid value here. A very, very, very good job. I'm impressed. Oscar said, I just signed up for the annual. How does the algorithm work when it comes to drafting your team? I heard you talking about an algorithm. Does that apply to a live draft? So Oscar, the algorithm applies to redraft leagues. So I would recommend using the ADP tool if you're drafting a Dynasty league. Welcome to the community, by the way. Let me know what your Flock username is. And I will make sure that you came through, but I'm assuming you are the Noble Roman. Assuming you're the Noble Roman, feel free to drop your blueprint in to get reviewed tonight if you would like. But the algorithm is for redraft specific teams. And yes, you can do those in real time with your draft. You can just track your picks, log them, and the algorithm kind of walks you through all of your picks that you should make there for redraft teams. For Dynasty teams, again, that ADP tool, which is also on the post page of the site you have access to, use the Dynasty ADP tool. You can plug in your Sleeper League ID, and that'll help you walk you through the best values in your draft. Don't know if you guys remember me. I used to be here when you guys first started. Yeah, Noble Roman, that That username sounds familiar. Your YouTube username, Oscar Garcia, I recognize. I was like, Oscar, you've been around. You're also a mod, or you're a member. You're like a you're a YouTube member. But yeah, man, are you Noble Roman? Let me know. Oh, it's Midget Apocalypse. Okay. All right, cool. My bad. All right, Midget. Avery must have moved you over and or Avery must have said something to you last stream and not told me about it. So I probably tuned him out. So that's my bad. You will be after Boogie here. You can knock another one off. 5 more spots for tonight, by the way, guys. Countin Jefferson's just drafted Sunday night. Yeah, again, so overall, with this grade, the standard value well-rounded build here, I think the thing that stands out to me the most is like an elite quarterback I don't think is super necessary for success in a 1 QB. You can get by fading the quarterback position. Let's work on skill positions first. Let's work on running back and wide receiver and getting that built up as much as possible. You should get a haul for Josh Allen. I like Josh Allen a lot. I don't like him as much as some of those premium running back and wide receivers in a 1 QB. You can get by with Jared Goff, no problem whatsoever. Dude's a QB1 every single year. Tyler Warren in a non-tight end premium honestly could be on the chopping block as well. We'll see if we want to make some other moves first, though. For a team like this, I'm probably going to have you shop QJ in a second and do a little up tier there. And then for you, I'm going to have you do a pivot. I'm going to have you do a burden pivot. It could honestly be Tyler Warren instead, but I would probably move one of those guys. I just think that Tyler Warren's production outlook this season is like super duper safe. But again, in a non-tight end premium, tight end just isn't a priority, so you could definitely explore offers for him. But you're going to be looking in the same range regardless, whether it's Burden or Warren. So that's why it's like, okay, whoever draws more interest in your league, I would assume it's Burden in a non-tight end premium. You can look for some more proven guys. You can go for like a Ladd. You can go for a Chase Brown. You can go for a Garrett Wilson, maybe an Olave even. But you already have Olave. Now, Josh Allen, you're going to be looking at some of those cornerstone wide receivers. I think CeeDee Lamb is in play. I think Drake London is in play. I think Omarion Hampton is probably in play. Maybe even Ashton Genty, if you're lucky. Now, with the second in QJ, that should get you up into like a Casey Concepcion range conversation or like an ETN. You'd even go for a Jacobs, and I'd be totally cool with that. Just get some extra help at the running back position primarily. I think that's going to be our main focus here on a team like this. But moving off of Allen for a skill position guy should help raise the upside of your flex positions quite a bit. Inevitably Amazing said, did I miss the Mendoza pick 6 reaction? Okay, Oscar said, no, I am not. Okay, Oscar, let me know. Oh, he joined as a member on YouTube. I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you had said you had joined the annual Mother Flocker on the site. You rejoined as a member on YouTube. Welcome back, my friends. I saw you were in green there. So, yes, appreciate you tuning in again, my man. Nick, what do you think about those moves? Do you have any questions on those moves? I'm impressed with this team. Again, you should be proud of this, having 2% over value expected in a startup as Mendoza gets stacked. Oh boy. Would you trade Josh Allen for Jaden Daniels and Cam Scatterboo? I would do that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would. That's a pretty even deal. I'm cool with that. Nick said, if I move Allen, should I focus on running back or wide receiver, or just take the best offer? Take the best offer. I gave you some wide receiver targets and running back targets. I just dropped the link to the dashboard where you can log in and you'll see all of those targets there for Josh Allen. But I had a CeeDee Lamb, London at wide receiver. I had guys like Amari and Hampton. I mentioned Genty as well if you're lucky there. But aim high for a guy like Allen, even in a 1 QB. He should get you a lower end cornerstone asset. But either one, really, I'm cool with. You are shorter at running back than you are wide receiver, so maybe go for the running backs first. But yeah, we appreciate you a ton, man. If you have any more questions, feel free to drop them in here. All right, Chase, you're up, my friend. Let's do this. Okay. So this is a 10-team, 1 QB, full PPR, no tight end premium. He's set up as a keeper league, but it's really just Dynasty with extra steps, so treat it like Dynasty. Okay, difficult to trade for productive running backs. Some of the top contender teams are aging out. Donated an extra 20 to see if you could do this live for a sneak peek, but if not, I appreciate all the work. Okay, cool. Second coming of Jesus. 52-yard field goal attempt is good. Nice kick. All right. 8.9% production share, which is 8th in your league. 11.7% value share, which is 3rd in your league. You are 2nd in the power rankings here, a little bit lower in production share. I care more about the value. You do have Jordan Tyson. You got a lot of young guys here. This is going to be a future value team. Jaden Daniels is in a 1 QB, I'll give you an 8. Judkins, Coleman's a 3. Igbuka, Ladd, Tyson, Rome, Lemon, BTJ, loaded. That's an 8. At least, maybe even a 9 at wide receiver, though we don't have any cornerstones there. Bannon and Pitts is going to be a 7, and then you've got 3 firsts in 2027, a first in 2028. Draft capital score is going to be a 9. Bench score is going to... You've got some depth here. You've got some depth. Honestly, you are... This is tough because you've got a ton of depth at wide receiver and not a ton of crazy upside in a 10 team with your 3 firsts. Where those firsts, I think where those firsts are is going to make the decision for me. You've got its character and you have the love train. The love train is going to be a really, really low first, and it's a character is contending, but he's kind of iffy, honestly, this year. I think we're going to label you as a future value wide receiver factory team. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because you just lost Tyson to the injury. You can't move him. Ibuka, Ladd are great. In a 10 team as your first and second option, it's less ideal. We just don't have any cornerstones here. Too early to mid than late. Yeah. Yeah. And I just don't... The only way we could do this is for you to move some of those firsts to get some big upgrades here, and I just don't want you to move those first. You're going to be an enhanced value team next year, and you're going to be in even better shape in 2027 as a top contender if you're patient for one more season. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to have you shop a good number of your tight ends here, actually, I think is your first move. I'm going to give you ideas for every one of your relevant tight ends because this is a non-tight end premium. And I just frankly don't have any interest in any of these guys. Gadsden and Likely, you can package them together in up tier. Pivot off of Pitts and pivot off of Fannin. With Ibuka, Ladd, Tyson, Rome, Lemon, all of those guys are really solid holds. You could probably shop BTJ for a running back. I would take Josh Downs and Terry if I were you, and I would up tier there as well. And then this isn't something that you absolutely have to do, but I would explore offers for Jaden Daniels in a 1 QB, see what value return you can get there if you can get an overpay. Nate said, just curious, if I had to throw in Rashad to make the Bird and Addison downs for Wilson and Bucky work, would you do it? Yeah, Rashad White's a total throw-in. Doesn't matter to me. That's fine. Send out feelers for running back to compete, but they hold running back tight. Yeah, I'll be conservative with your return here for these guys, but with BTJ, that should get you in the conversation of like a Scattaboo or a Price or even a Bucky, Brees maybe. Maybe you can get Brees at a discount right now with the injury. With Pitts, I would look at KC. I would look at... I have questions about Laporta. I would still rather have Laporta than Pitts if you are going to hold a tight ends. You could just make that pivot there if you want to. You can go for a running back like a... Is there a running back in that range? Not really. I prefer JMO though. Gadsden and Likely try to get you up to some market plays like Swift, Pierce, DJ Moore. With Downs and Terry, that should get you back up into the Marvin Harrison Jr. conversation. He's going really cheap right now. You could try to get ETN and then ship him off at a premium later on. How cheap is Rome going in your leagues? You have Rome right now. You want to hold him. You can try to get a 27 first. Any more 27 first that you can get at a discount, I would try and capitalize. With Fannin, same sort of theme here with Tucker with Kyle Pitts. If you can pivot to a tight end that I like better, go get that tight end. But really, just in general, probably going to fade tight end. I would rather have Kraft than Fannin though, if you're going to talk about guys in the same value range. Fannin is also going to be going close-ish to where like T. Higgins is going. I think you'll have more value, more leverage in the middle of the season with Higgins than you will with Fannin. Same with Waddle, honestly. And then with Jaden Daniels, you probably are going to be looking up in the range of like Rashee Rice, Chris Olave. If you're going running back there. You could even look at Walker. I'd be okay with that. What questions do you have on those moves, Chase? Again, sorry about the mix up there. I don't know how yours got moved over if we told you you're up first for today. You can send him some extra trade questions, Scott. Just make sure that when you do get future rookie picks, if you target any further than a year out, that does just kind of lock you down a little bit. So I'm all for short-term market plays too. If you can get some of these guys and ship them off at a premium when they're producing, totally good with me. But yeah, future value wide receiver factory, that value roster archetype combo is 0.6% of the team builds that we review. So it's pretty rare. You are the man, Chase. Appreciate you a ton. If you have any more questions, just drop them in here. I'm happy to answer them for you. D Walsh submitted it as a normal blueprint instead of a live because I told him wrong. Can that get switched on the back end? When did D Walsh submit? If he submitted over the weekend, his blueprint's already done. Is he wildcard Walsh? But no, he's not wildcard Walsh. I'm not seeing what is D Walsh's actual flock username? Because I'm not seeing any blueprints or any username in our record of D Walsh specifically. Only gamer. Yeah, you'll have to let me know, my friend. Is D Walsh in the stream? Because I can work with him as well. I just need to know what his flock username is. I need to see if Tom's around. Tom, are you around? Oh, DH Walsh 22. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah. So if DH Walsh wants to and again, let me know if he's in the stream tonight. Looks like DH Walsh signed up on the 15th, so we've got a couple spaces for tonight. If those are open, then I can resend it to him and he can resubmit as a live. I'm happy to do that. Generally, ones that come in that are not on live streams, we get started on them already, and we start working on them off screen. So just a heads up, there's a little bit of an exception already if I'm going to pull it back over. But if we get through this queue and we don't have any other that come in, then I can get that sent back to him if he's on the stream tonight, and we can do that. But since he submitted on the 15th, he's got to upgrade to the live team blueprint option. And then, yeah, only gamer. I'm going to make sure that Tom's going to be in the chat here in about 10 minutes. And I'm going to make sure he gets your flock credentials. So stay in the chat, hang out. And since you referred DH Walsh, we're going to get you a free team blueprint as well. Since you got the referral. All right. 204 likes. We have 96 more likes until we get to 300, and then we'll do another blueprint giveaway if you guys are up for it. So drop a like if you haven't already. Okay. Let's do this. Jay's Fantasy is, we got two up next for Jay's Fantasy. Say hey, Jay's Fantasy, if you're in the chat here, man. Love Thy Neighbors is our first team, second year of this league. This team is, he tanked, reloaded, looking for competing moves to make win this year. That's crazy. I don't know if, like... Let's grade this out. Looks like you are third in the flock power rankings here, and checks out the value share as well. This is a 10 team. Whoops, my bad. Sorry. Wrong one. My apologies. Here we go. Pulling up the correct one. 12 team, super flex, full PPR, no tight end premium. 7.1% production share, which is 9th in your league. 10.6% value share, which is 3rd in your league. Jaden Daniels, Trevor Lawrence is going to be a 7. Quinshawn, Cam Scatterby is going to be a 4. Neighbors, Cardinal Tate, Burden, Devonta Smith, Jordan Tyson. That's real nice. I'm going to give you an 8 there. Kenyon Sadiq, likely is going to be a 6. 27 first, 2 seconds, 4th. You got your 28 first as well. Draft capital grades a 4. Depth score is actually going to be a 4 here. This is a standard value wide receiver factor. You've got a ton of wide receiver flexibility here on this team. You said you were building for the future. I know you got a lot of young guys here. You got some productive assets as well, though, with a lot of good production outlooks this season. We're definitely contending this year. Your production share doesn't show it, but that's just kind of the nature of some unproven assets. I think you can contend even holding on to Jordan Tyson if you need to, if you can't get a good return for him. You can just hold him if needed. What's up, Jaden? How you doing, man? So, looking at some of the moves that I would want this team to prioritize, 6.1 overall grade, by the way. You don't need to down tier here. You really don't. I feel pretty confident in that. I think one thing that would be nice is if I were you, what I would do is take Jaden Daniels. We're going to do the old switcheroo. This is a classic domain move. We're going to take Jaden Daniels and we're going to pivot to a skill position wide receiver or running back. You can target a Gency. You can target an Amon-Ra St. Brown, a Justin Jefferson, a Devon Achane, right? Get another productive running back, high-level cornerstone running back or wide receiver. And then to compensate for moving off of Jaden Daniels, a premium quarterback, you can go get a cheaper quarterback in the range of where like Luther Burden's going in the 4th round, where Nix and Brock Purdy are being priced currently. Or you can even go Dak Prescott plus. You already have Lawrence. Lawrence also going in that range. Sometimes Mahomes falls to that range. I'll put Mahomes on here. You could either go Dak plus or add a little on top of Burden like a depth piece to get up to Mahomes. And then I really like Carnell Tate, the talent. I think he's awesome. There are safer options in his range that would benefit your team a little bit more this season. And that includes, but is not limited to, George Pickens. I think James Cook is also in that conversation. And so is Jonathan Taylor. That will increase your production share quite a bit, and that won't hurt your value share whatsoever. Jordan Tyson, I could have included a move there. I'm just going to lay off Jordan Tyson for this team because you have so much firepower at wide receiver that you don't have to force a Jordan Tyson move if you don't need to. Come on, Fernando. Oh, stupid drop. Good gosh. I think some of these pivots are really going to help raise the production floor of this team quite a bit. And if you can package some of these Jags that you have on your team, like Coker, Algier, Sampson, Likely, Gadsden, you've got some impressive depth here that you can take advantage of and go get some productive vet running backs like DeAndre Swift, maybe Terry, maybe Adams, maybe Jacobs, maybe Henry, you know, those types of names. What do you think about those moves? I think this one was super straightforward. You've constructed this team well. You have a ton of flexibility to make a bunch of different moves. And I think ultimately, if we're faced with sacrificing more value upside potential at wide receiver versus sacrificing an elite quarterback on your team, I would rather sacrifice the elite quarterback because you can get 85 to 90% of the same production at a much cheaper price at a lower price point at the quarterback position and get way higher upside opportunity at wide receiver or running back. Like those moves a lot. Is there anything you would add to Tate to help make a trade? He isn't valued the best in this league. If he isn't valued super well, you don't have to force a move there. I would be surprised. I would be surprised if JT or James Cook isn't at least spoken of in the same breath as Tate in the 3rd round. But if he's valued any lower than that, you can probably just hold. Chris Olave is a guy that I would consider pivoting off of Tate for, though, honestly. Olave's another 3rd round guy that goes really close to George Pickens where you could look at getting Olave. And that would make sense pairing him with Jordan Tyson on your team. So try that out. If you can't get that done, maybe you can use like one of your 27 seconds to get up to like Hampton or something like that. All right, sounds good. Beautiful. Yeah, rookies in general. Yeah, okay. Yep, if they're undervalued, no need to force it, but I think you should get a decent return for Daniels and Burden individually specifically. So hopefully that helps. But let's go ahead and move on to your second team here. Next team up. When will the invites for the Live League bundle from Tuesday be sent out? And happy birthday, Extra Guac. That is a Avery/Tom question. I don't know. I'm not in that league. Though, Extra Guac, I am doing a league of my own. There's another voucher bundle option in there for mine as well. I'm not sure if you were in here when I offered that, but you can get in the Nate at Night Live League if you follow the voucher bundle link. It's the Nathan Live League bundle, 2 Blueprint Premiums plus 10 free trade questions to get in another $100 Live League with me. Still a couple of spots left. Still a couple. I've been tracking them, but that'll be going away once that's filled. So. Okay. CTE headquarters, startup that we drafted within the last 2 weeks. Let me know any good contending moves to make this team even better. Okay. 12-team Superflex, full PPR, no tight end premium. 7.8% production share, which is 9th in your league. 9.8% value share, 2nd. Mahomes, Dart, Simpson, I'll give you a 7 there. Genty and Tootin is a 4. Neighbors, London, Lemon, Addison is going to be a 7. And Sam Laporta is going to be a 6. 27 first, 28 first. Draft capital grade is going to be a 4. Bench score is a 1. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we can mess with this. Overall grade 5.8. Standard value, well-rounded. Second in value share here. You had a good startup draft. I'm impressed. This is the no fun league. You mean the NFL? Just playing. Okay. Jaden, what is the pulse on rookies in this league or unproven guys? What is the going rate for Makai Lemon right now in this league? Might have to just hold on to Makai Lemon because he's kind of cheap right now, but we are going to start with Sam Laporta, move off of him. You have Dallas Goedert. You can get by with Dallas Goedert this year, no problem as a contender. And in a non-tight end premium, we're just going to move Laporta for a running back that you could definitely use some help with. I would up tier at running back. I would take Tootin in your second and try to get up to like where Scadaboo and Bucky are being priced, and even Kyron, Saquon. You're probably looking at Kyron, Scadaboo, and Bucky, like those 5-6 turn running backs, as opposed to Tootin, who's like an early 7th rounder. With Laporta, you're going to be looking at that tier down with guys like Javonte Williams. I really want to prioritize getting running backs here because you only have to start 2 wide receivers in this league. So the more we can flex running backs in this format, I think the better off we're going to be in raising your upside. But ETN and Javonte would be my number 1, my top targets for Sam Laporta. Or you can just go get Jameson Williams instead, who I think is the better receiving option there. Kind of the same as the other league, a lot of the same guys, but he's more movable. Okay, cool. So like, is the going rate for him like kind of 5th roundish? I don't even think you have to force moving him necessarily. I was just curious because you can explore offers for him. If you can get a 5th round running back like a Saquon or a Breece, I'd probably pull the trigger. But otherwise, I'm probably going to have you look at a Jackson Dart down tier to give you some extra depth to play around with. Like the Brock Purdy team, that's the same team as ETN. Like you could get ETN straight up for Laporta, or you could do Purdy plus ETN when you down tier from Dart. The Knicks squad. Also intriguing. That team has Goff too. He's got Burden on that team. Let's look at the Dak team. Dak team has Flowers, Devonta Smith, Javonte, Saquon. I'd probably be looking at Dak and Saquon. With other options here, kind of depends on where he's being priced, but Jordan Love, you could potentially get a decent plus on top. Even if you got like a 27 first, you could leverage that and flip it for a contending piece in the middle of the season with teams that are looking to reload. What do you think about those moves? The pivot from Laporta, the Tootin in second up tier to a little bit of a safer running back, and then Jackson Dart down tier to help fill out your flex spot upside so you're not flexing guys like Lemon and Addison right out the gate. Overall, I wouldn't be too worried about quarterback in your depth there. You have Simpson and Sanders. You don't really need any backup that's any more expensive than like a serviceable option like a Tua or a Rodgers. Dak and Saquon for Dart. Yeah, I would look at something like that. I think that guy would probably be incentivized to bite that. That is a full-on contending move. There's value upside in holding on to Jackson Dart, but you're going to get so much more production from Dak and Saquon. That would really help you out a ton. That's a pretty mutually beneficial move, in my opinion, for both sides, depending on like what structure you want to have on your team heading into the season if you're building to compete now or build for the future. I'm liking those moves, especially the Laporta move for a running back. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Good. Yeah, hopefully you can pull off the Laporta stuff. I know he just got a little bit banged up with the hip injury, which is not encouraging. So we don't want to like, hopefully people don't freak out too much in your league there to a point where you can still get a pretty decent return for him. All right. Jaden, you're the man. Appreciate you a ton. Finally turning in to the Nate at Night Live. Yeah, I know. Nate at Night. You know me. My wife hates it when people call me Nate. She hates it, which I think is hilarious. I think it is so funny. Because like my family calls me Nate. A lot of people call me Nate. But she refuses to call me Nate. Calls me Nathan. It's cool. It's fine with me. I go by both. It's Fitch has a trade question here. Also, Brees is available. He's looking for a QB in return and appreciate the help always. Okay. Yeah, with Brees, he wants a QB in return. You would be moving off of a QB straight up for Brees, and that would be Mahomes or Dart. You would need a plus on top, and then you'd have to go get a cheaper QB. He would have to pay Brees and Marv. You'd have to pay Brees and Marv if you were to give up Dart. I would make him overpay. That's a tough one. All right. Rob, say hey, man. What's up? You're up, my friend. The Sarasota Suave Boys. Wow, nice team name. No, because I'm dumb. Jahmyr Gibbs for Ashton, Gentine, and Tate. Easy. 10 by 9. I know it's a higher upside league. Take Jency and Tate. That's a good deal. All right. So this is a 12-team Superflex start 10 PPR, 1 point tight end premium. Looks like you're number 1 in the Flock power rankings here, which is sweet. Pause. For effects. Ninth in production share at 8.4%. This is a half PPR, by the way, not a full PPR. 10.8% value share, which is first in your league. So a big production share, value share gap. I smell future value potentially. We'll see. Drake May and Jaden Daniels, that's a 9. Ashton Jency, Cam Scadaboo, Bashal Tootin is going to be a 7. Malik Neighbors, Jordan Tyson, Rasheed Rice is a 6. Sam Laporta is also a 6. You got your picks. Draft capital grades a 4. Bench scores a 1. This is a standard value dual elite QB. You do have the value to compete this season. You're chilling. You're fine here. We just need to take some of this quarterback value, make some down tiers, make some moves to get some more help at running back and wide receiver, and we'll be set. I'm going to have you down tier from... I'm probably going to give you down tier concepts, honestly, from both Drake May and Jaden Daniels because you could use both. It would benefit you to do both. Then trying to get an extra tight end or flex wide receiver would prefer not to move off of May. Okay. All right. I'll give you a Jaden Daniels down tier then, and we'll lay off of May. In a 1 point tight end premium, you kind of have to hold Laporta. If you could pivot to Kraft, feel free. But since you're stuck with Laporta in a 1 point tight end premium, you're flexing Bashal Tootin and Parker Washington right now. At least one down tier at quarterback is going to be beneficial. I'm strongly recommending, Rob, you're probably going to want to explore down tiers for both of these quarterbacks. Unless there are some crazy bonuses that I'm not aware of that are like elevating May and Daniels well above anybody else in fantasy, I would just probably look at moving off of both because you can get productive guys at a cheaper price and get some extra help at running back and wide receiver, which you could really use. How do you feel about that? Do I have overall? Yeah. What's the score between overall and me? 6.7. I think another thing that I would look into here is a little bit of a running back up tier. Your running back 3 is Bashal Tootin. If we could get up to like Kyron, Saquon, Bucky, I think that would be ideal. Gotcha, it makes sense. And the only bonus is our league goes through the NFL playoffs. Whew! Wow. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm going to give you as many quarterback down tier options as I possibly can to give you as many ideas to explore. And we'll go from there. So the Bo Nix team has Chris Olave and a Jaden Daniels down tier. That would be nice. The Dart team has Quinshawn. That would also be worth looking into. The Mahomes team has Jadarian Price and Garrett Wilson. Both of those are probably worth looking into as well. So you'd like to keep contenders. Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. I'll try to stay in the contender-ish range. Joe Burrow is going to be a contender. He's going to play. Marv is on that team. Rome's on that team. Henderson is on that team. I think all those guys are worthy targets. The Lamar team is also interesting. I would be looking at Caleb Williams as well when you're down tier. You could try to get a You could try to get a future first on top of Lamar, or you could look at Swift. Swift just isn't enough, honestly. The Caleb Williams team is probably what you want to look at, though, because the same team as Burrow, and you're going to get the same sort of plus, and I just like a lot of those options. This is going to give you a ton of flexibility to make some flips and go get extra running back help, too. And then, yeah, like let's say we were to do a little bit of a further down tier down to like Justin Herbert, for example. You should be getting a pretty significant plus on top of Justin Herbert, like you would be looking at Ted McMillan. I actually offered Jaden for Caleb and Burrow already, and it was rejected. Yeah, so there is a pretty significant gap between Jaden Daniels and Drake May. So if you down tier from Drake May to one of those quarterbacks, I bet you your league mates would have more interest. People are a lot more worried about Daniels than they are Drake May. And the value shows it, because Drake May is a top 6 pick in Dynasty. Jaden Daniels a lot of times falls to the early mid-second. So if you try Drake May down to Caleb plus, Burrow plus, that should be a lot more feasible than if you were to do like Daniels to one of those guys, because they're more in the same tier. So Daniels, you'll want to go down to like Mahomes, Nix, Dart. You could even look at Purdy as well, or Lawrence. And then again, those pluses like the Quinshawn team on is Dart. Tootin in the second, trying to get up to a more solidified running back option, I think is going to be really nice as well. But how do you feel about those moves? What do you think about those? I think the more we can fill your flex spots with running backs, the higher we're going to raise your upside. I'm going to avoid a Jordan Tyson move as long as I can for your team. I think you can handle holding on to Tyson and not selling him at a discount right now and still contend if you can pull off those quarterback down tiers. But really, it's just the point of like, I would much rather have 3rd, 4th, 5th round valued quarterbacks who are going to produce at 18 plus point per game levels and get so much higher upside options at running back and wide receiver that I can plug and play every single week than sacrifice my flex spots and have guys like May and Daniels that I'm holding who really are close to their peak value already. Like, would I rather have a starting lineup of Caleb Williams and Patrick Mahomes and Chris Olave and Rome Odunze, or Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Bashal, Tootin, and Parker Washington? Definitely the former. Definitely the former. Would you move off the picks? No, I would hold your picks for now. I don't think you need to force moving your picks. If you need to make a push in the middle of the season and you're a top contender in your league like I would expect you to be, then you can start shopping around and getting some contending guys at a discount from reloads who are looking to offload their production and tank for the 101. All right, you can knock another one off, Scott. I got Cute Cat in. Cute Cat, we got you. Rob, appreciate you a ton, man. Thanks for hopping in tonight. Just happy to review your team. D-Bells is going to be up next. Got a few more spots for tonight, guys. If you want to get a blueprint, join Domain with the annual Mother Flocker, or you can do the a la carte option. Either one. Got 4 more spots for the night to fill if you guys are interested. Oh, I didn't see Andy drop one in. What's up, Andy? Yep, take another one off for Andy. 3 spots left. All right. D-Bells. Let's do this. Why does my team say purgatory? Am I taking crazy pills? I'm debating trading Garrett Wilson, Saquon, and K9. I'm a K9 hater. It's a punt this year. Nobody's willing to tank me in the first year of the league and wondering if I should punt now or just wait. Yeah, if this is a startup, I would take the labels with a grain of salt because it's just really, really tight. Team by team, everybody's going to be right up against each other, so I wouldn't really worry about the purgatory label out of a startup. Yeah. Got a note here. Okay. 12 team, super flex, start 8. No tight end premium. Full PPR, 9.4% production share is second in your league. Value share is 8.5%, which is sixth. Brother, you're contending this year. Cam Ward, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray is going to be a 4. I'll give you a 5. Walker, Saquon, Bucky, 7. JSN, Neighbors, Garrett Wilson, 7. Hawk, 1. Picks, 4. Bench score is going to be a 3. Yeah, man, unless you want to sell off Saquon and Walker and JSN and Wilson and Bucky and Baker and Murray, you're contending this year. You've got a solid squad here. John said, can you move down after running out for 40 minutes or so? Sure, John. I'll put yours last. Last of the night. That is fine. Yeah, standard value well-rounded on this team. Overall grade 5.5. I know you're looking at potentially building for the future. I just don't think you have to here. If I were you, I would be probably exploring offers for Cameron Ward. Doing a little pivot there at the quarterback position. Either get a solidified quarterback like Jared Goff, or you could even pay up to get somebody like Dak or just pivot to Jordan Love as well. You've already got an upside shot in Kyler Murray. Baker Mayfield's another highly productive quarterback that you're sticking with. Love the fade quarterback strategy here. You said you're looking at moving off of Kenneth Walker. I think your best bet, if you're going to move off of Kenneth Walker, is going to either A, be doing a slight down tier / pivot to Chase Brown or CMC, or A, did I say B first? B, up tiering, taking your second and getting up to JT or James Cook. That would be my preference, is getting JT or James Cook. Garrett Wilson, I really, really like. I think there are some wide receivers in that range who have a little bit of a higher potential outcome in production this season that are going in the same price range. Chris Olave is one of those guys. I think George Pickens is a high-end target as one of those guys. Ladd McConkey, a low-end target. Hey, Dalton, what's going on, man? Yeah, I'll make an exception for you tonight. I will go ahead and send back the voucher. Technically, we already started on your blueprint because you submitted off screen. But if you upgrade it to the live team blueprint option, if you want to do that, I can send you back the voucher. You can upgrade it to the live team blueprint and we'll do it live tonight for you. Let me know if you're okay with that, and I can do that for you. It's a little bit of a slow night, so I can make an exception. Rax said codomain gives me a blueprint and the mother flocker $34. That would be the season pass. Season pass $34. The annual mother flocker with codomain is $97 for the entire year. You get a free team blueprint voucher if you sign up on the stream using codomain. Follow that link that is pinned in the comments. If you sign up on the stream, we'll do it live for you. David's on top of it. Thanks, David. Have we seen D-Bells in the chat yet? Okay. Last question about Blueprint. You did it earlier for me. I have an offer to send Loveland, Rasheed Rice, Braylon to receive Neighbors. So Loveland and Rice for Neighbors. Kind of lost on Neighbors right now. Is that too much? Ugh. I don't know if you can afford that up tier. I don't hate the deal. I just think it's too pricey. Loveland is already a borderline second round selection, and Neighbors is going like in the mid second. I just think that's too pricey for me. I think I'd rather hold Loveland and Rice. All right, D-Bells, if you're in the chat or if you're watching this on demand, you can go to the Discord, Blueprint Workshop. We got a ton of domain ambassadors. You can tag us as well. We'll be happy to help you with any follow-ups if you have any questions. And here, if you come in the chat later in the night and have follow-ups, happy to help you out. Oh, sweet. White Blizzard is D-Bells. Running backs are impossible to trade for, man. Up tier in there might be impossible. Okay. All right, then. If that is the case, I will give you down tier options for Kenneth Walker. I'll give you Chase Brown plus a little bit. I'll give you CMC plus a little bit. I'll give you CMC plus Fannin, Chase Brown plus Harvey. Honestly, anything plus on top there would do. Chase Brown and CMC would be my preferred guys that you would move to. Judkins is another option that would be in play. And then you could get like Stafford on top. So I'll change that for you. But honestly, if you're not going to get enough for Walker, if you're not going to get what he's worth, then I wouldn't force moving him unless you get really one of Chase Brown or CMC. But I feel you, man. I'm not super high on Walker this year either. All right, Dalton, I'm going to go ahead and send that voucher back to you right now. So if you just select the live team blueprint option, you'll be good to go. All right, D-Bells, any more questions on that? Thanks. Yeah, I should be more patient. Just guys with better running backs have him in a chokehold, and I don't want to overpay for our guy, Hampton. Yeah. Yep. I feel you, man. I feel you. It's a tough time with running backs right now. They're hard to get a hold of. Evie Diz said, any spots left in your bundle league? I'll support the cause if so. Yes, sir. Here is the link. Let me know when you submit, and I will get you locked in to the league. There are just a couple spots left, so you made it in just in time. I think we have like 3 spots left, so... Okay. You're the goat. Have a good one, brother. You too, man. You too. Appreciate your support. All right. Smith Corbett. You are up next, my friend. Saved by LaBelle. Nice. No 26 first or second, no 27 first or second either. 8 keepers in this league. So, okay. All right. Shallow league. This is basically a keeper. Draft hasn't happened yet. Okay, cool. But it doesn't really matter for you because you don't really have any picks. So this team is going to be the team that you have. Let's take a look. Let's do this. He's ready. Cool. Should be in. All right, Evie. I got you down, my friend. You are all set. It won't let you click the live stream review. It's not letting me click the live stream review. What? Hey Scott, can you go to the homepage of the Flock site? Let's walk him through it. Hey, Dalton, I'm gonna walk you through this. So if you go to the dashboard on the site, you go to the personal advice tab. Up there in the top right corner. Just want to make sure all the steps are right here. Go to the team review button there. And then you'll link your team, whether it's a sleeper league. If it's not a sleeper league and it's not linked, you can submit screenshots. But assuming you're in a sleeper league, I think I saw you were on a sleeper team. So you'll do that, link your team, move on to the next option or move on to the next page, Scott. And then what you'll see there is it says Team Blueprint under Domain Fantasy Football. You're going to click on that drop down, and there should be an option that says Live Team Blueprint. So Live Team Blueprint, you'll click that option, and you should be good to go. Then you'll just go to checkout after that. If that's not working, then I need to get that figured out for you. I'll have Tom figure that out for you if it's still not working. But let me know if that makes sense. What's up, Stunna Go? How you doing, Skylar? When is the video out tomorrow? I can't give you an exact time because I would expect earlier in the day. All right, Corbett. Let's take a look. Here we go. 8-player keeper. 10x7 PPR, no tight end premium, ESPN league. Boom. Drake May, Dak Prescott's a 10. Bijan, Achane, Chase Brown, I'm going to give you a 10. Ibuka, Marv, T. Higgins is going to be like a 6. George Kittle and Ferguson is a 2 value-wise. It's better than that production-wise. Overall here, we are going to go... This is a solid team. This is a non-sleeper, so we're going to have to manually calculate your production and value share. So you'll see that on your blueprint tomorrow when we send it to you. But as of now, this is an impressive team, even in a 10x7, really high upside. I'm going to go high-end, standard value, well-rounded. You're borderline running back heavy. You only have 3 running backs, though, but they're all super high upside. But this is a really, really solid team, and I like the way that you've structured this. And a 10x7, your starting guys are May, Bijan, Achane, Chase Brown, Ibuka, Harrison, and Kittle. Probably Ibuka, Higgins, and Kittle, and then Marv coming off of your bench. So just want to confirm that this is a start 2 wide receiver league. Are you only required to start 2 wide receivers, or do you have to start 3? Because that does impact our moves a little bit. So Bijan and Achane, you obviously want to hold. I think I'm going to have you pivot off of Emeka Ibuka. Yes, start 2 and 1 flex. Beautiful. Okay. So want to flex as many running backs as humanly possible. You only have 1 flex spot, though, so Chase Brown's in your flex. Great. You're set there. Let's shop some of your wide receivers. I'm going to have you move Ibuka for ideally George Pickens, if not Chris Olave. love Emeka Ibuka. I think he's a great player. Olave and Pickens are just more guaranteed this season, and for a top contending team like yours, you need to raise your floor a little bit. Pickens and Olave are the guys that you want to go for. Honestly, Tet McMillan is a guy that I would put on there too. He might be a little bit pricier than Ibuka. You can use a depth piece to get up to him if needed. I think another move that I'm going to have you make is we're going to take DK and Dobbs. We're going to package those guys and move up a little bit. If you can get a Terry McLaurin or a Devontae Adams or even a DJ Moore, I would take any of those guys over DK Metcalf. They're going to offer more production capability for you this season when you inevitably have to cut them at the end of the year. It's just a nice little combination of assets if possible. And then your third move is this is a full PPR. I really, really, really love Marvin Harrison Jr. AJ Brown is a better contending asset. You probably want to pivot to AJ Brown if you can. Another option that you could look at there would be like Zay Flowers. He's a better contending asset, and he's really safe. You could also just go with the better offense and take a guy like Rome Odunze. I could get Olave maybe, but I probably need a plus for Pickens. Okay, use DK or use one of your tight ends to get up to Pickens if needed from Emeka Ibuka. But Olave, I would shoot for. If you can do the pivot to Olave, you can go for that one. I'm cool with that. I really think Olave and Pickens are pretty comparable this year, outlook-wise, production-wise. What do you think about those three moves? Do those make sense? I'm basically trying to take the value that you currently have on this team with your 8 keepers and then some of your depth and just raising your production upside as much as possible, raising your floor as much as possible, because your floor with Ibuka and Marv is a little bit low. You're set at running back. You don't need to touch running back. You're good there. No worries there at all. Drake May, great upside in a 10-team, 1 QB start 7. George Kittle, Jake Ferguson, they don't carry much value anyways. You can hold Kittle, great upside. I think your moves definitely lie with Ibuka, Marv, and then your depth at wide receiver, and you can get a better serviceable option coming off your bench. Dalton, got your submission in, man. Appreciate you. You are in, my friend. Yes. He said, yeah, I'm following. I made a ton of moves based on your videos, shift some young upside to higher producers in set positions. Yep. This is a really good team, dude. You should be proud of this team. Even in a 10x7 where it's like super high upside, a lot of teams are going to have some, really solid players. The lower guys are going to be devalued a bit. This is still, with your running backs alone, man, you're going to be one of the top contenders in your league. This is an ESPN league, so expect to get the message in the chat of your submission tomorrow for you to view your blueprint. Yep, so you should get, if you have your noties on, you should get an alert when we send the link to the dashboard with your blueprint once it is ready. And you'll just follow that link to the dashboard and you'll be all set. So, yep. Our process is a little bit different with non-sleeper teams. We have to manually input the players and stuff. So I'll be calculating your production value share by hand. Yes, sir, man. Get that ship. All right, Brady's up next. See Brady, say hey if you're in the chat, my friend. Let's do this. Appreciate all that you do. Thanks in advance. Thank you. Let's take a look at this team. Man, a lot of unique formats. A lot of very unique league formats. 10 by 10 super flex, half PPR, half tight end premium. Curtis says 0.25 bonus running back per carry or first down. But 0.25 bonus per reception for running back, half for wide receiver and tight end. Half PPR, but an additional half for wide receiver. So is it point? So is this a 0.75 points per reception for running backs and full PPR for wide receivers and tight ends? Is that what you're saying? Five-point passing touchdown, 6 for rushing and receiving. Okay, cool. So this is a 10.5% per catch for them. So only 0.25 per catch for running backs. So half of what it is for wide receivers and tight ends. Okay. 10.5% production share, which is third in your league. 11.6% value share, which is third in your league as well. Lamar and Joe Burrow's a 9. Gibbs and Quinshon's going to be a 6. Carnell Tate, Lemon, Higgins, Waddle. Solid production-wise, value-wise, probably a 5. And then Fannin and Pitts is going to be a 7. You got your picks in 27 and 2028. Draft capital grades a 4. Bench scores a 2. Overall grades 6.3. This is a standard value dual elite QB build. Uh, 9657. Um, 10.5% third, 11.6% third. Okay. All right, moves that I want to make here. Just I want to raise your floor. I want to raise your floor. I want to get you a little bit of a higher ceiling at wide receiver as well. That's your biggest weakness. And a 5-point, frankly, you can get pretty solid production from a quarterback that's cheaper. We can move some of those quarterbacks in Lamar and Burrow, one of them at least, to go get a cornerstone option at wide receiver or running back, and then we can move a lesser guy and go get a solid quarterback option. We are going to go ahead and move probably Burrow. We're going to pivot off of Burrow. Go shoot for Lamb or London. If you're going for a running back, you can go for Hampton there. And then what we're going to do in the lower end is we're going to take one of Fannin or Pitts and we'll go get a solid quarterback. We can move Pitts. Pitts will be going where like Goff and Baker are priced in a 10 team. Heck, maybe even Jordan Love. Looking to maybe down tier off Pitts or Fannin for a running back or wide receiver up tier using Sutton. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to move one of those tight ends. I think we just want to pull off the old switcheroo here. I think having Goff or Baker or Love as your QB2 paired with Lamar Jackson is totally fine. And you use Burrow to help get some improvements at running back and wide receiver upside-wise. You're 27 first and second. We're good there. I think what I would do on your team is you've got some youth here. You've got Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, and then you've got T. Higgins and Waddle, which are great options. I would probably, if I were you, I would take Mekhi Lemon and I would go ahead and get either a running back or a wide receiver in George Pickens. So if you can get Pickens or James Cook or Jonathan Taylor, any of those guys, probably worth it for a team like yours that has such high production and value share already. That's just going to raise your upside even more, raise your floor quite a bit more. Feel a lot better about this season at the wide receiver position and a lot less worries about what the floor outcome could be. But yeah, classic domain move, moving the more valuable quarterback for the more valuable wide receiver running back, moving the less valuable tight end for the less valuable and equally as productive quarterback in Goff, Baker, or Jordan Love. What questions do you have on those moves? Using picks or just players? For now, I think you can probably avoid using your picks right now. I don't think it's like, oh, you have to not use your picks. But you're looking pretty solid here. What you could consider is taking your 27 first with Carnell Tate and going and getting like Justin Jefferson or Amon-Ra St. Brown. But with the running backs that I think are going in the value range of Carnell Tate right now, and Pickens going in that range, that's also an option that you can explore. So I'm just thinking, like, if you can get to the season with a really high productive outlook team while still owning your 27 first, you can use that first in the middle of the season to supplement whatever area of need you find that you have given injuries, disappointments, etc., rather than doing it right now. But I think you could do it one way or the other. I'm not super opinionated there. I think both would be solid moves. Either a pivot from Tate or an up tier from Tate and a first. I'm nervous with the top two in the league being so strong. Should I punt to a 27 push? No, not with a team like this. Absolutely not. I would worry less about the teams that are really, really good on this team or in this league, like the guy with JSN, Puka, Tet, Rice, Nico, and Devonta Smith and Casey Concepcion. He's a good team. I have seen better teams than this lose to much, much, much worse teams than yours, and you have a really good team in the playoffs because there's just so much volatility. Worry about getting to the playoffs, and you have as good a chance as anybody of getting through. But no, just because one or two teams is really good in your league doesn't mean that you should tank your entire outlook and your entire value to build for the future every single time. Like, I just don't believe in that. I believe in getting to the playoffs and anything is possible. Yep. Thank you, Curtis. Just jumped on to the Avery League draft tonight. No, Avery was at the Garth Brooks concert. Nathan, I heard it was your birthday. Congrats. Thanks, Caleb. It's not my birthday, but thanks anyways. Yeah, we're waiting on John D. So we're going to do his last just to play it safe, unless he says that he's in the chat again. But Cute Cat, you're going to be up next, my friend. Say, hey, this is a Domain People League, one of my more interesting teams, trying to do a 1-year punt with this. I'm not sure what exactly the move is with this team. Definitely not trying to compete this year, but any suggestions, especially given I have 428 firsts? Can explain the trade ideas I explored in the chat. I tried acquiring May Caleb from the same owner. He was basically asking for Pickens, Odunze, and Stroud and more. So it felt way too expensive for my taste. I really would appreciate an understanding if I'm more of a rebuilding team or just a 1-year punt out of a startup. If you're building for the future, you probably don't want to pay up for a quarterback, especially in a domain league, because they're not liquid whatsoever. That's just my recommendation. Obviously, I can flip those 28 picks for players after next season, but not sure on the direction of my team. Can't really buy a QB or running back, but if you have any suggestions, please let me know. Because of you guys, I got into fantasy football and football as a whole. Last season was the first NFL season I've watched as an entirety. So thank you guys for getting me into fantasy football as a whole. Brother, it's all for the love of the game. All for the love of the game. Really, really appreciate you supporting us and glad that you have gotten so into fantasy football as much as we are into fantasy football and Dynasty. Glad that you are a fellow nerd. Seriously. The more nerds, the more nerds we have, the better, because then we can just all nerd out together. There's nothing better than a giant group of nerds. I also like your username, Cute Cat. I just think it's funny. Super random. I like it. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Pause. I assume domain rules. 12 team, super flex, full PPR, half-time and premium. 5.5% production share, 10th in your league. 7.8% value share, also 10th in your league. Holy wide receivers, my man. CJ Stroud at quarterback is a 3, and he is immovable in a domain league. Honestly, Stroud is getting down to a 2. That's disgusting. Kyle Monangai, Zach Charbonnet is a 1. Neighbors, Pickens, Tyson, Odunze, Lemon, BTJ. I'll give you a 9. Gunnar Helms a 1. A bunch of picks, draft capital grades an 8. 2 first in 27, 4 first in 2028. This, my friend, is the definition of a future value wide receiver factory team. Dude, this is such a rare build, and this is the second time that I've seen it tonight. It's literally just saying like 0.6% of teams that we review have a future value wide receiver factory build. Gaming username made as a kid. Nice. I love that. I mean, on a team like this, it can sometimes be tough to make moves because you've intentionally structured your roster to be made for the future. So guys like Tyson, Rome, Lemon, you want to stick with. Neighbors is a great cornerstone to build around. Pickens, I can have you explore offers for sure. I'll probably have you look at some Pickens down tiers. I'm going to have you look at probably a BTJ pivot to get some running back value injection potentially into your team. And then we're going to go ahead and take Monangai and Charbonnet, I think, and we're going to up tier there. Those are both insurance options. They don't really have much value outside of that, in my opinion. If you can get a Kenan Sadiq on your hands, a Kyler Murray on your hands, a Concepcion on your hands, I think it's probably worth it. Even a Boston, I just prefer, and an Addison who's like due up for an extension. But yeah, with BTJ, he's going right in the same value range as Scadaboo, Price. Honestly, if you could get a projected mid to early 27 first, I wouldn't be against you doing that either. Now with George Pickens, let's check this out. Down to your options. Garrett Wilson team has Fannin. Worth looking into. The Lab McConkey team has Bucky. Worth looking into. You would have to give a piece back most likely if you did that. But I do like the potential value upside of getting those guys integrated in a deal. Especially as cheap as Bucky is in domain leagues. And then I would also look at probably Luther Burden. You take a shot on him. Or you could go down to a running back. You could do like Quinshawn. That team doesn't have a future first. That's a bummer. Pause. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking hard. Okay. Ooh, I don't mind Marv. You could try Marv in a first. Try Marv in a first. We'll do that. You could do Marvin Mendoza too, actually. You do Marvin Mendoza. Or Marvin a first. Either one. Try pivoting from Pickens to see if there are any offers. None so far. These are domainers. They better freaking be interested in George Pickens, and they better pay for George Pickens. We are so bullish on George Pickens. It makes so much sense for a contender to pay up for George Pickens, like legitimately. It does. I would be chomping at the bit. If I were a contender and I had Garrett Wilson and Fannin, I would be chomping at the bit to pay that to get up to Pickens if I needed to. I would be chomping at the bit to pay Marvin a first to get Pickens if I needed to, as a contender. True. I could try BTJ for price. I doubt it would happen because the guy who was priced used an example for your running back heavy builds in one of your videos. Nice. Yeah, still worth looking into. Take a shot there, but I would look into Scattaboo as well, and 27 pick for BTJ too if it's mid to early enough. Hoping I end up with 101 or 102, so maybe Smith or Hardy next year. Yeah. Hopefully Ahmad Hardy declares. Hopefully he plays this year. Dude got shot. Like, I hope he's recovering well for his sake, not just because of fantasy football. Genuinely. Do not wish that he got shot. Very much do not wish anybody got shot. Any questions on those moves? Cute cat. All right, nice. I'll try that. Cool. Sounds good. Don't you think Pickens might have a value increase? It's definitely in the cards for sure. But I think for a team like yours, if you want to continue to spread out your value a bit and just give you as many value upside opportunity shots as possible, probably makes sense for you. And again, the odds that a contending team is going to pay up, like pay a premium for George Pickens right now, is higher than if you're going to try to move somebody like Lemon. You already have such a well-structured team. I don't think anybody outside of Pickens really on your roster at the wide receiver position outside of Pickens and BCJ are really guys that I want you to move right now or even consider moving right now. Not in a domain league. Pickens is the one guy that would be movable, and he would be movable for a pretty solid price. Yeah, feel free. All right, Andy, you're up next. What's up, Matt? I'm doing all right. How are you? I'm actually doing great. I'm doing great. Seriously, I'm doing well. I just my general response to anyone is like, yeah, I'm doing all right, which like means I'm doing good, doing all right. I probably sounded miserable when I said that though. I'm doing all right. I'm doing great. Can't complain about anything. Okay. Andy, what's good? Thanks for sending me the last blueprint that we did for you on this team. Let's do this. Bucky Lee Ray sent you the previous blueprint for this one. Recently made a move for Jordan Love as I punted QB early or entirely in the startup draft. Probably overpaid with sending Roman Tootin for Love and Tootin. Wait. So which one did you do? Did you do Rome for Love and Tootin, I assume? But it felt like the right move. Where do we go from here? Let's cook. Let's cook. Bucky Lee Ray. So this is a 12 team. This is a super flex. This is a PPR. This is a 1 point side and premium. 8.9% production share, which is 6th in your league, and 8.6% value share, which is also 6th in your league. Last time we gave you a standard value, you had 8.3 and 8.6 production and value share. So you got a production share increase by 0.6%, and you have stayed still value share wise, which is cool. So your quarterback situation is definitely improved relative to last time. Jordan Love and Kyler Murray is going to be a 3 instead of the 1 that you had where you just had Kyler Murray last time around. You have Jeremiah Love, Quinshawn, Bucky, and Swift as opposed to Love, Quinshawn, Bucky, and Tootin and Swift last time around. So you end up still with a really solid running back grade. You're still going to have an 8. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tet McMillan, Carnell Tate, Devontae Adams, minus Rome Odunze is going to be a 7 now instead of an 8 last time around. And your tight end score last time was a 5. Just value has moved around a bit. You're going to be down to a 3 this time around, but you haven't really changed any of the players that you have. No 27 picks outside of a fourth. You do have your 28 first. So the draft capital is the exact same. So you're going to have a draft capital grade of 1. Bench score is going to be a 1. Yeah, I do think you're contending this year. This is a standard value instead of a wide receiver factory like it was last time. This is going to be a standard value, well-rounded team. Oops, traded Rome and Tootin for Love and Hunter. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was a bit of an overpay. I wish you had gotten like Dak or something. That would have been better. But structurally, it does make your team. The overall aesthetic of your roster is solid, and value share wise, you haven't changed at all. So like, you're fine. I'm not worried about it. Part of it is the value of a lot of the contending guys that you have down here. I mean, you're probably going to be flexing Diggs. You're definitely contending here. So last time we had a Bucky pivot, a Tate pivot, or a Tate down tier, a Tootin and Amon-Ra up tier, and then some Jag moves as well. You ended up moving Rome. Okay, so last time I had a Bucky for Scatterboo, Saquon, and Price. Looks like you haven't been able to move Bucky. So we might have to stick with our guns there. I might have you shop Quinshawn, though, and see if you can't get Chase Brown or CMC. Or you could even go for Brees, honestly. Yeah, this league is hoarding QBs. Yeah, that is annoying. That is so 2 years ago. I'm kidding. I'm surprised just with the general valuation of quarterbacks in the dynasty market right now. And it being kind of at a low point. You know, I'm not sure if your squad really needs, like, not sure if you absolutely have to down tier here. You could explore it, but you've got Adams coming off the bench, Diggs coming off the bench. Like, you're not looking too poor here. What I would probably do if I were you, because last time we had a Carnell Tate down tier, I think I'm going to have you explore a Carnell Tate pivot this time. And see if you can't get a Pickens or a James Cook, or even an Olave. Jeremiah Love is amazing. You're probably going to be stuck with him. I'm just curious. Let me know, Andy, is there a chance that you could potentially pivot from Jeremiah Love to Ashton Genty? You were eyeing a Tate pivot. Okay, beautiful. So we're on the same page there. I'm also going to have you explore this option too. I'm going to have you look at a wide receiver up tier from Tet McMillan plus a piece. Doesn't have to be a significant piece. It can be Hunter. It can be Coleman. It doesn't, again, I wouldn't expect it to be super big because he's already going back to back with guys like CeeDee Lamb, who's falling to the late second right now, or Drake London. Or you can look at a running back there like Hampton. Let me know about the general consensus of Jeremiah Love right now and if he's going for cheap. It's possible. I know this league is high on Love. Okay, if your league is high on Love, then if I were you, honestly, for this team, I think the immediate, as a contender this season, you're not taking a value loss whatsoever or a long-term upside hit if you were to move Love straight up for Ashton Genty. I don't usually do this, but I'm literally just giving you one target. If you can pivot from Jeremiah Love to Genty, it's the only guy that I want you to pivot to in that range. I don't even want you to pivot from Love to Achane. I'd rather just hold Love. Now that you've gotten into the quarterback market a little bit, will people... There are some quarterbacks that I prefer slightly over Jordan Love. Mainly Dak Prescott and even Jared Goff. I would give the slight upper hand to Jared Goff. So I'm going to have you explore a quarterback pivot. And then I think our last move is just going to be probably another jag up tier move here. Last time we had Trey Tucker and Hawkinson. This time around, honestly, for a team like yours, I really like I don't mind holding on to Jonah Coleman whatsoever. But if you can get Rico Dowdle or Jalen Warren, or even try to get up to like a David Montgomery, you're going to get more immediate production from any of those guys. Do you have any questions on those moves, Andy? Look at the QBs on Tokyo Fluti's roster. Goodness. Okay. Is he being ridiculous? He's a total punt team with nothing but 27 picks and QBs. Why in the world is he hogging QBs as a team that's trying to build for the future? How does he not realize that he's going to have to sell those guys at a discount eventually? Target Purdy or Nick, see if you can get one of them for cheap. If he's hogging him, maybe you can't get one of them, but see if you can get him to cave at some point. That's ridiculous. That annoys me so much. All right, Andy. Any more questions? Drop them in here. You also know where to find me. That's why I've been holding out. He wanted a ransom for just Purdy. Yeah, that is dumb. That is so dumb. You can tell him to screw off then. It's fine. You can win your league with Levin, Kyler. I've won my league with Sam Darnold and Matthew Stafford. Like, you'll be fine. Arian said, for Pickens, would you consider Burden plus Judkins as an option? Yes, if you can get that, that would be amazing. I looked at Mendoza team as the other one tanking and might not be open to taking Pickens and might anyway beat me to the 101. Okay, cool. Burden and Judkins would be a phenomenal return. That's a great deal if you can do that. Yep, thanks, Andy. Purdy was QB1 for the fantasy playoffs. He's a stud. Absolutely, he is. We are big Purdy stans. Love Purdy. He's pretty nice. Wink. All right, Dalton, you are up next, my friend. Welcome to the community. Special shout out to your friends who referred you to us. Make sure that you get hooked up to the Discord. Sync your Discord roles on the site and your account page. And we've got a ton of different channels and resources there, as well as our tools on the site. But we've got the Blueprint Workshop for follow-up questions. We've got domain ambassadors, community members who will help you with trades and different things like that. Avery and I are also in there as well. So if you want to tag us anytime with any questions, we're happy to help you. But looking forward to checking out this team. Let's take a look. The backup plan is our team name here. This is a 12-team Superflex, half PPR, no tight end premium, 9.9% production share, which is 4th in your league, and 7.5% value share, which is 8th in your league. Jaden Daniels and Kyler Murray is going to be a 5. Hampton, CMC, and Swift is going to be a 5. Amon-Ra, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson. Honestly, I'll give you a 6 at running back. Amon-Ra, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson. That is more of a 5. And Terry and Adams. A lot of vets and Evans. Holy crap. Dalton Kincaid, Kelsey's a 2. No 27 first, 28 first. Draft capital grade is going to be a 1. Bench score is going to be a 1. Overall grade. This is an interesting situation. You, my friend, 4th in production share, 8th in value share, in a 12 team, no 27 first. You've got a ton of old guys. This is the definition of an aging value, well-rounded team. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen a bald eagle. We don't come across these super often. They're very rare. But you get this label, and it is definitely deserved. Terry McLaurin, Devontae Adams, Jalen Waddle, CMC, DeAndre Swift, Mike Evans, Travis Kelce, no 27 first. A lot of old guys with a lot of high production upside capability this season. Did not have a starting QB after like week 5, so that's where the name came from, based on who I had left over. Nice. I like that. All right, well, I think one thing that's going to help us out a ton here is if we do a down tier at the quarterback position, we're going to get some extra value upside potential with some production capability, just some younger youth to pair with some of your veterans that you have on this team. Then we actually probably are going to be doing an up tier here. I think we're going to take Christian Watson in a second and up tier to a tier of wide receivers that we just feel a little bit more comfortable with, or hey, maybe we go for a running back. The floor outcome of Christian Watson is pretty low, that like I would feel more comfortable with some of the wide receivers going above him if you add one of those seconds. You've already kind of dedicated to contending this season by not having your 27 first, so you may as well just move off of your second as well. And then I think our third move here, Amon-Ra's a hold, Hampton's a hold, CMC's a hold, Swift's a hold. Waddle you kind of got to stick with. Oh boy. I'm starting to get the heebie-jeebies with Mike Evans, not going to lie. We're going to take Mike Evans and Kincaid, and we're going to move up to a tier that we feel a little bit better about. I would rather you have a running back, personally. Because you could get up to... You should be able to get up to Montgomery at that price. And if you need to go for a receiver, you can go for like Addison. Or maybe if you're lucky, maybe you could get up to Josh Jacobs if you're lucky, if your league is really, really low on him. Maybe Henry. Honestly, you could go for a quarterback too. That would really help you. Stafford would be a good target. Yeah, with Watson in the second, if we can get you up to guys that are going at like the 5-6 turn price, that would be really, really nice for this team. T. Higgins is going in the early mid 6th. AJ Brown is going 5-6 turn often. Some other receivers that are a little less reliable, but I still think have some decent upside this season are like Marvin BTJ. How cheap is Devonta Smith in your league? We've seen in domain leagues, he goes consistently in the mid 6. In non-domain leagues, he goes upwards of the 4-5 turn. I guess I'll put him on here as a conditional target, depending on what his price is. If you get early mid 6th round price point for him, you'll want to take him. Who to move down to from Daniels? Yeah, I'm working on that right now. I think the Patrick Mahomes Rashee Rice would be a lethal combination that would be totally worth the down tier in my opinion. The Bo Nix team has George Pickens. You might have to give a piece back, honestly, if you did that. But I think that's like something that I think is worth looking into for sure. If you can't get Pickens, you could probably swing Nico or Burden or Flowers, and I think that would also be worth it. But starting point, look at the Bo Nix team. Let's say you looked at Lawrence. You want to look at the quarterbacks that are going in the 3rd and the 4th round, basically. The Lawrence team has Kyron Williams and James Cook. Kyron Williams would be beautiful. I'd be shooting for him there. Raise your upside, brother. Maximize it as much as humanly possible before we inevitably have to reload because you have so many old guys on this team. But that Jaden Daniels down tier should help. Just get as much out of this team as possible before you have to reload. If push comes to shove and you have a really, really terrible start to the season, you start out like 2-6, you can always reload in season. You can just do it. Don't drive yourself into a hard rebuild if it's just not working out, you know. Aging value is a risky archetype, though, so don't compromise what little value share you already have. If you can get some high value upside assets in some deals, that means you're just going to shorten the reload that's inevitably going to happen at the end of this season. And who knows, maybe you could build back up to just end up contending again in 2027 and never really have to truly reload. What questions do you have on those moves, my friend? You also should be able to use your Flock login credentials if you follow that link that I just sent in the chat of your submission to the dashboard. You'll be able to see your blueprint right away. Yep, Caleb. I would strongly recommend signing up for the annual Mother Flocker tier. It is the exact same price as a live team blueprint if you are not a member. If you sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier using the pinned comment, the link in the pinned comment, make sure code domain is in there, and you will get a free team review voucher applied to your account. You can just submit it. Don't upgrade it to the live, and I'll do it live for you tonight. If you get that up in the next couple of minutes, before I get John's team reviewed here, I'll be happy to do it for you tonight. Just a Mother Flocker tier, and the rest, yep, you'll be good. Should I consider something with Murray? Long John Silvers, we got one in for you, my man. My man, what's up? John, are you back? John D. Perone, let us know if you are back, my friend. I want to make sure that you're here in person. D. Walsh, I wouldn't do any moves concerning Kyler Murray. I think you can hold on to Kyler Murray. I like him on your team. Good to go. Perfect timing. All right, beautiful. Let's do it. Tom Cassidy said, how do I get into a domain league? Tom, I literally just opened a league that I am going to be in. Avery and I are only in like 1 or 2 leagues total all year because we have to limit our volume of Dynasty leagues that we're in. But the way that we are opening spots for people in these leagues is if you follow this link, there is a voucher bundle called the Nathan Live League Bundle that includes 2 Blueprint Premiums and Infinites, and you get 10 free trade questions. If you purchase that bundle, I will make sure that you have a spot in the league that I am drafting. It is a high stakes $100 league. So let me know if you're down for that, and I will get your name written down after you buy that voucher bundle. There are only a couple of spots left. Long John here. What's up, Jack? You are second up, my friend. We're going to do John's, and then you'll be up next. All right, John, Bronx Bombers had a live blueprint. Since then, I had a handful of trades to bring in depth and pivot from guys like Hendo to Chase Brown. Also bought the dip on Jacobs to boost flex options. I've gone all in on 27 draft capital versus 28, so open to field a contending team that lasts the next 3+ years. Okay. Sweet. Oh, shoot. Hey, John. Sorry, dude. I'm sending you a team review voucher right now. I need you to resubmit under the team blueprint. I need you to submit under the team blueprint tier. I can't create your blueprint if it's not an actual team blueprint because the redraft review tier is not a blueprint. So I just sent the extra voucher to you. So if you just resubmit, select the team blueprint tier, and you'll be good to go. Sorry about that. I'm gonna do Jax real quick while you resubmit. Startup right after the Super Bowl last year made some moves that I don't love. Peep if possible. Looking at the league, it feels like I might have a good shot to win some very big aging value teams with CMC, so there are moves to make, but no one will move until the season. Also, rip Tyson's hammy. Yeah. Check comments made some not the happiest with. Not sure what you mean there, Jack. Are you talking about trades that you made? Yeah, probably. Yeah, the trade that you made to get Tyson and Price in a first for Jeremiah Love, fair deal. The Tet McMillan for AJ Brown, BTJ, also a solid deal. I like that. Jeez, you got McBride 105 days ago for free. I'm impressed. Nice job. Yeah, number one in the power rankings here. Deservedly so. You got a really solid squad. Yeah, sorry, John. I literally always forget when that happens. And then I realize when I try to create it, I'm like, shoot, I can't do it. It was with the trades. Yeah. Yep. You did a good job with the trades. All right. 12 team Superflex, full PPR, halftime and premium, 6.8% production share is 10th. 9.6% value share is second. You have Lawrence and Baker at QB with Bryce Young is going to be a 6. You have Kyron and Jadarian Price and Blake Corum. It's going to be a 4. You have JSN, Tyson, AJ Brown, BCJ at wide receiver is a 7, and Trey McBride's a 10. 227 first, a 28 first. Draft capital grade is a 6. Bench score is a 1. Overall grade 6.3. This is a standard value, well-rounded team. You definitely are contending this year. The Mountain is the other team that you have first for. He has Tet, Mike Evans, Jameer Gibbs, HN, ETN, May, Shuck. Ooh. That could end up being an early first. I'm open to you moving your personal first, but probably not the Mountain's first. He went balls to the wall trying to overpay for running backs, and it might actually hurt him this year. If he misses the playoffs, you're going to be glad you held that first. High stakes, winner pretty much takes all. Cool. All right. What do I want this team to do? Yeah, I'm going to have you move your first straight up. Right now, you have Blake Corum and Algier in your last 2 flex spots. That needs to be better for sure. And moving your personal first should help out with that quite a bit. I think Jordan Tyson, the price point that you got him at 2 days ago, pre-hammy, what do you think the going rate is for Tyson right now? Do you think you would be underselling him? Or do you think that you could get a 4th round caliber guy? Because I do think a team in your situation could probably benefit from pivoting off of him if you can get the right price. I'm going to give you ideas for him last just to see if you have any objections with that. Bryce Young is your backup QB. I would rather go with a guy like Kyler Murray or Matt Stafford personally. I do think that's important when you have a quarterback from like Lawrence and Baker. A decent third option like one of those guys would be nice to have. Bryce Young, I have some questions about. The upside of Stafford is undeniable. The upside of Kyler is undeniable. If you wanted to fade your backup QB entirely and just go get somebody cheap like Tua, that's also fine. And then you could end up moving Bryce straight up for a skill position guy like honestly, like a Jacobs or a Pierce, maybe a Swift. Your 27 first, if you can get a guy like Saquon, AJ Brown. You already have AJ Brown. T. Higgins, Zay Flowers. Love those types of guys for this type of team. It was rough. I tried to move them in all 3 first for a haul from a few teams and no one has bought yet. Okay. Okay, cool. What I might have you do then, if that's the case, is, again, moving the 27 first should help. I'll probably have you move, if you end up moving at the 27 first for a wide receiver specifically, I will probably have you shop BTJ for a running back. And you can shoot for Scattaboo in that range, or like Bucky. Or Kyron. You already have Kyron. I lied. Saquon, it would be for BTJ, and then for your 27 first, T. Higgins, Zay Flowers are good targets. Devon Smith is another guy. A lot of teams could use him in 2 first to retool, but no one is really about it yet. Okay, cool. Then we'll sit on Tyson. It's not going to kill you if you sit on Tyson for now. We can work around that. It just would have been the most convenient move, but we don't want to take a value loss. Any questions on those moves? The $2.99, the Lively voucher bundle doesn't include the $100 buy-in, obviously. Correct. The $100 buy-in is separate. The perk of buying the voucher bundle is getting one of the spots in the leagues in the league with us. Because again, there's so much high demand to get in the leagues with us every single year, and we just have to limit our entrances. So we try to keep them high stakes too. But you do get a spot in the league. So let me know if you go through with that, and I will make sure to mark you down, my friend. John, don't select the live team blueprints. Just select the regular team blueprint, because I know that you did the bulk purchase for the live team blueprints a while ago, and I think we probably assigned the wrong tier to you. Don't upgrade it. Just do the regular team blueprint, and it shouldn't charge you the $29. What would you do with Tyson if you moved him in my own 27 first? You would need CeeDee Lamb or London. And I don't think people would bite there. They might, but if you could get CeeDee Lamb or London, I would do that. Thunder Rolls is Avery's favorite song. Avery, is the concert over already? I guess I'll know very soon. It was so good. Wow. Okay, cool. That was a quick concert. Was there no opener? John D. Perone, it's weird. Regular blueprint doesn't show as an option with the voucher applied. What? Oh my gosh. What the heck is going on? Hey, Tom, I need your help. John, I have zero idea what's going on. Were all of your vouchers from the bulk purchase that you made, are they all redraft reviews? There's no way. Are you sure? Are you sure in the drop down there should be an option in the drop down to select team blueprint instead of redraft team review? All right, I'm gonna have Tom come in here and help you out and figure it out. Tom said, "Any slots in a league with both of you?" Tom said, "LOL, what? Wrong, Tom." Tommy Peanuts is working with us. He helps in the chat. Tom Cassidy, Avery and I are splitting it up. So Avery's going to be in his own league. I'm in my own league. If we were in the same league, then there would just be less spots open. So we're trying to get as many opportunities for people to be in a league with one of us as possible. So it'll be a league with just me. Yes, we are. The buy-in for the league is $100 a year. So, yeah. All right, we have a trade question from Andy here. And resilience. Hey, John. He's going to send a screenshot to the support ticket. Hey, John, if this takes some time to figure out, do you mind if we push to Tuesday for you? Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, if it takes extra time, I've got a couple minutes here, but if it takes a while, then that would be great. Thank you. If I buy, can we do a review tonight, or are you crashed out for the night? I have room for like one more review tonight. If you buy the voucher bundle to get in the league, that is to get in the league. If you buy a live team blueprint, then I'll do that live on the stream for you tonight. Andy says Bucky and Carnell Tate for James Cook and Emeka Ibuka. Okay, Carnell Tate and Ibuka are in the same tier. James Cook well over Bucky Irving by far, not even close. Take Cook and Ibuka. I like that move. Nice trade. Man, if you can pull that off, is that in the league that I just reviewed for you? That would be sick if you can do that. Garrett Wilson in the 106 for the 103. This is Garrett Wilson, and in a super flex, let's say Garrett Wilson and Mendoza for Carnell Tate. I would rather have Garrett Wilson and the 106. What do I do with the 103 with the Tyson injury? Yeah, if you have the 103, you hold the 103. If you have Garrett Wilson in the 106, I'm holding Garrett Wilson in the 106. But I'm sorry. If you have the 103 and you're getting Garrett Wilson in the 106, I would take Garrett Wilson in the 106 regardless. That's the side that I prefer. So how much more confusing can I be when I answer that question? That's the real question. What time does the other game start tonight? Did it start at 10 o'clock? Yeah, they started. They're in the second quarter right now, San Fran and LA. Did anybody start? Stribling 3 passes on the first team, of course. As expected. The hype is real with the man. Kalen Black had 9 carries for 35 yards. Ooh, Debo got some work. Yeah, Stribling 4 for 46. Stribling not looking half bad. All right, I'm going to wait a couple more minutes. Tom Cassidy, if you are wanting to get that voucher bundle, just let me know, and I will make sure to track that and follow it after the stream. But we are probably going to close up for the night. It's 10:48, 12 till 11. We always have a cutoff at 11, but you guys have always showed up, per usual. Every single night, you always do. Nice to have football on again while we're doing streams. Always nice. Always nice. Miss it a lot. We are literally like 2 weeks away. By this Saturday will be 2 weeks away from college football starting again. Week 0 doesn't count. Andy said there's a bug in the ADP tool where Carson Beck isn't removed from the board after he's drafted in the link. That's all the bugs I have for tonight. Okay, cool. Can you, I'll take a screenshot of that actually. Thank you. Dude, that is messed up. John, I am so sorry about what's going on with your issue. That is messed up. We'll get that figured out for you, but apologies. All right, guys, we are going to turn in for the night. I'm wiped. And Avery's about to have a baby. So you're going to get a lot of me probably next week. Well, Avery's not going to have a baby. Avery's wife's going to have a baby. But going to have plenty of streams next week. Tom is going to be in town. Tommy Peanuts is going to be in town. Tom Lennon, whatever you know him by. He's flying in on Monday. He's going to be helping out for the whole week until Friday. So he'll probably be on the Dynasty streams with me if Avery is out of commish. Depends on if Avery's out of commish. So y'all are the best community of all time. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything you do. And we will be back again on the Dynasty stream on Tuesday. So have a good weekend, everybody. Enjoy it. Football is back. Have fun watching preseason week 2. Don't die. Don't suffer watching preseason. Just enjoy the small good things in life that you get in those games. You know, instead of being like, man, I want to die watching this game, be like, man, I am glad someone is throwing a pigskin rather than nobody throwing a pigskin for the 6 months beforehand. That's what we got to do. Okay. All right. Good night, guys. See ya.